Oh, hello.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Do-do-do, do-do-do. Real quiet in here. I feel like that all the time, don't worry.
I'm with those not happy.
Yeah, don't worry, the word makes me feel like that too.
So I'm just watching random police chases on YouTube while I wait, and This chick gets pulled over for going 122 miles per hour in a 55. Gets out of the car and says, "It's emergency. I'm almost out of gas," and then gets back and it takes off. Like, why bother stopping at that point?
Because
Great
they're like,
excuse.
look, I'm gonna go to the nearest gas station. I get it. I'm escaping arrest, but like I'm going to stop, and I would like you to keep following me and not, kill me. Just heard a sound that worries me. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
I am back.
let's say hello. He's all nice. You just adjusted it.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to figure out how to. Where is that? Is that in Discord?
Yeah, it's not the. Well, I forgot
That's
the
so
other
cool.
one.
I love it.
You turn it. You
Yeah,
can
this
adjust
is
the volume.
you can adjust the volume, but I wanted to just finally get a button here, and I was talking to Park about it.
I usually listen to that Papa Roach song on repeat when we play D&D.
I can if you want. But no. No, but I don't want to get copyright taken down. Well, I've been given the heads up that Dan will not be with us today. So I will be controlling Daisy. So, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly ask, Boone, are you here? Hectic.
Okay.
Hey, first time I've actually had a hectic. I'll be here for the official announcement. All right. Professor Edwin.
I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm here.
Vannon.
Yep.
Already know Park is with us. Harry, are you with us?
Indeed.
All right. I'll give Dune another few minutes. However, for those that do not remember, last week, group known as Grave Undertaking, hello Dune, have made their way into the inner sanctum of what seemed to be a hidden temple of Helm that had been inlaid within the slowly growing structure, which is the large growing forest known as the Green. The group, after encountering what seems to be an individual known as Squirm at the front entrance to the temple that they had discovered, had found what seems to be a gathering of individuals known as the Vestiges of the Eclipse, who seem to be followers of another deity known to the group as Shah. The group, after discovering a small squadron of beaver-like guard that had been praising Helm and apparently had been underlings or squadron members of Squirm, were slowly picked out one by one during the combats, leaving very few people still standing as the group had made their way out of the dining room and made their way back into the main center chamber after their fight, leaving Squirm a statue and having one of the Beaver Guard remaining within the center chamber. You guys know that a large cave-in essentially had happened. One of the cultist members had aimed towards the ceiling, causing the corridor to the library towards the northeast to be cut off, which you know at this moment in time has a vast number of the enemy forces currently waiting within. You guys are still beginning to recover after the fight and have began to search as well as collect a number of items amongst the remains of the nearby rooms of the inner sanctum. So, this moment in time, you'll see Baron, the lone member of the Beaver Guard, who is still in rags. His wrists and ankles are still covered in the metal bands that were essentially part of his chains. However, you'll notice that there are chains currently dangling from his wrists and ankles, obviously freed from his previous confinements. You'll notice that Daisy is currently sat down, attempting to get some rest, or at least start some form of short rest in the corner. What are the rest of you doing?
Oh.
Taking a page out of Daisy's book, and I'm sitting laying down on the wall.
I guess I'll go have a
Alright.
sit. Very much short rest.
Or up the wall were you laying? I'd like to know.
On your right.
I was trying to make a joke because you said you were gonna lay on the wall. How do you lay on the wall?
No, technically I can, but
He borrowed my slippers of spider climbing. He's literally stuck to the wall laying on it.
Doing his shelf. I sit on shelf.
Oh yeah, is there any way we can cobble together some armor for our beaver companion from the corpses? Or is that, I mean, I was led to believe like the armor's kind of connected to the weapons and such.
You can certainly try.
I could
give it
offer
a
my
shot.
assistance in this, as I have the skills for the blacksmithing.
Yeah, perhaps I should assist.
Do you have stonemason's tools?
Oh, they're stone? I thought they were.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
You
they are.
know that they
Wow.
are made out of stone.
that's
I
that's a
could
first.
tinker, but I don't have.
Once
stone.
again, I will go ahead and show you a picture.
Harry
I've
probably
never-
Blades are indeed
I
made
remember
out
that
of stone.
now.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
there any metal that we could maybe like hash
Oh
together?
wow, it actually is. Huh.
I mean, Harry'd still probably be better at it
Um,
than me. If I should still probably assist you when we try to do this.
Harry, give me. Give me a perception check, please, Harry. Are you checking? Where exactly are you checking again? Because you see your tokens in the inner sanctum at the moment. Are you looking in the inner sanctum, or are you looking just in one particular place?
Wait a second, I'm trying to adjust the music so it's background for me.
Yeah,
So
we're still adjusting. We're still getting used to it. It's okay.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it.
see, I'm really odd. If I have music on, it's very soft because that's all my brain can really take. So like I have that thing on like 20 right now, trying to get it right for me. Okay, so I'm here, Beaver Guards. I mean, seems like we're messing around with this orb. I don't really want to try it. I'd probably want to go scavenge. I'd probably check for any metal in the dining hall, and then I'd check the living quarters.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me that perception check for both rooms. So go ahead and roll me 2 times, please.
Okay. Since he's helping me with the crafting, any chance he's helping me with searching?
I will
Asking him,
say he
maybe?
can either assist or he can make his own roll.
I'll let him decide. Unless he walked away.
Sorry, what? You talking about me?
I'm looking for some materials to maybe scrap together to put some armor together for them that isn't the stone, maybe? Because stone isn't my forte.
Sure.
Do you want to help me look, or are you
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
for some materials yourself?
Oh yeah, I'll definitely. This is more your arena than mine, so I'll definitely assist with whatever you need.
So it seems like an assist, so...
I really have no reason to. I really don't need a short rest, so yeah, I'll just do whatever.
Gotcha.
I'm going to... Yeah, I can guidance myself on this, so... I'll guidance myself with advantage, right?
Okay.
So perception check 1 is
18
going
for the
to
dining
be
room. Plus your d4, that's right.
21.
21 for the dining room. Okay.
And then that's where I wanted to roll better. And come on, give me the 4. Nice, got the 4. Okay. And a 19
21 and
for
19.
the
Okay. The living quarters. Looking through the dining room with a 21, you can see what seems to be the large cauldron that is currently resting behind the counter. It does seem to be made out of metal. And even though it has a very, very foul smell coming from within it, you know that you could probably get rid of its contents and possibly make use out of the large cauldron. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything materials or weapon-wise that would be useful to you in the means of materials.
don't have
In
like
the
metal
living
plates or
room,
anything.
no. Most of the plates are either wooden or were not provided.
Fair enough.
In the living quarters, you do see what seems to be a gathering of thatch, like straw, as well as bedrolls. No signs of anything metal or anything in particular. And with the professor's acknowledgement, you would know that the only thing that you remember, Professor, being made out of metal were the gauntlets that you found and the puzzle box.
Oh, the gauntlets. Did we ever? Oh, we identified those, didn't we? I think eventually
You did not.
we didn't.
So we never identify anything, trust me. I'm still trying to figure out what the staff does that
Oh
I got.
yeah. So yeah. See, I guess before this, as I realized we didn't identify the gauntlets, I like to go hand those over to Vannon if he's taking a short rest. Just Vannon, can you identify these quickly?
Yep.
While you're
Can
sitting
go
there?
through
All right. Yeah, then I'll go
Yep,
back
I'll
to
go do
helping.
that coffee.
I'll go back to helping Harry doing whatever he needs.
It seems like the other thing's the cauldron. Do I have anything that seems like maybe I might be able to like actually manipulate this with here?
You'd need your equipment for this particular
Uh,
salvage. You'd need your forge. You'd need like a
I
lot
need
of your stuff.
yeah.
Limiting what we can do, I'd imagine.
Like it's just hard to I could like maybe we could like worst case scenario try to cut a plate, but it's not gonna fit well, let alone maybe even give any protection if that.
Sure. He just the way he fights, he seems accustomed to wearing heavy armor. So I figured we could just cobble together something that might help him a little bit. But yeah, I didn't expect anything too amazing.
Baron's just gonna
Yeah,
look
it's
between the both of you like, I don't exactly need any means of protection. I can take care of myself.
Buddy, I don't want to offend you, but the way things went in that other room, I'd like it if we could give you a little protection.
I agree with that.
I
Let's say
kind of
you're
leaned into
incapable.
if I could, I'd make myself some protection, but I'm no good with any armor.
Because most of us have something.
Nah, I'm too tough for that.
Actually, I don't actually have some armor. Isn't it like it's light? I think it's really light.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't
it's
I
studded
have?
leather.
I think I have old leather. No, I get rid of that leather armor. I don't think I have anything on me personally either. And I think any kind of armor pieces we had that were in the bag we sold to Freya quite a while ago. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the bag of holding either.
Does he have a proper weapon?
He's got a long sword.
He does have a long sword at the moment.
Okay, at least that's somewhat of a proper weapon. I mean, it's better than that.
Yeah.
You guys have a shield, maybe? Like, would you do any better with a shield?
Yeah, we
There?
got a shield and a bag of holding. You want a shield, Sir Beaver?
No, I will definitely take a shield if you're offering. Of course.
I will pull the shield out of the bag of holding and hand it to him. It just says shield in the bag of holding, so whatever.
Okay.
Whatever shield you want in your imagination, I guess that's what he's got.
He takes out what looks to be a wooden buckler of like shield, and he'll like inspect it for a moment. You can see him like very proficiently like put it onto the arm, like move it around as if he's very used to carrying a shield.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like a glove.
That's the best we can do for now. No, it's a shield, not a glove.
It is right. It is my faith that will protect me. As a guardian and protector, I only accept the exact same in return.
Okay.
Fair enough, I guess.
Were any of you in need of dire assistance at the moment?
I think after a short rest, I think I could be alright. If we have time for that.
I think my knee's a little bruised, but that's about it.
He's gonna just look around.
Was there anything that you may need? I feel like I'm being a burden.
No, not at all. So did you have
No.
much experience with this temple before all this happened?
If anything, you're being just a beaver.
Beaver. Oh, right. Yes.
And he'll just look down at himself.
Right.
The only ones who are birds are the ones that can't fight.
From my understanding, still getting used to this.
And look down at himself before looking back at the rest of you.
Anyways. So, you said that have I been here? Do I have knowledge of this place? Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Is there-
Living quarters are in the southeastern part of the inner sanctum, dining room towards the west, library towards the northeast, and then the priest's main quarters towards the north.
Do you know of any possibly hidden or alternate routes to bypass that northeastern corridor? And I point to the one that's caved in.
He'll tilt his head slightly, look over towards the caved-in entrance.
Helm was not exactly one to hide secrets in his domain. We,
Right.
I do not
but
believe
what about
so.
Shards? What about them?
Last time I checked, Harry, this wasn't a temple of Shar.
Was it populated with them?
Doesn't mean it's theirs.
Okay. Were they in control of it?
Yeah.
Then who's to say they didn't knock a hole into a wall somewhere?
As far as I
Soon
can see,
as he does say that, you can't help but notice the large hole that is currently in the ceiling.
what the, nice point up above me. I found your hole.
I don't think that's the shortcut we're looking for, but
No, come on, you're out.
I'm just saying, it's not like it's been respected by the proper owners because they've been, restrained and prevented from. All we have are people that are not followers, so who says they would respect the temple?
They clearly have not.
Baron took a point towards the two broken down statues on either side of the altar that has been destroyed.
You give me like about 30 to 45 minutes. I'll check that hole out. I'm going to take a nap if we can.
Anyone else doing anything? You can see Olive is currently dragging one of the cultists down the corridor.
I want to, if I can, I want to try to take as many of the bodies that are somewhat intact and throw them in the portable hole.
Okay. You can see Olive takes one of the cultist bodies, throws it into the altar where the black gem is currently resting, and you see one of the bodies once again being consumed, snapping, and slowly being drored into the gem as there is a distinctful sound of snapping bone and sinew hitting the air, but there is no liquid or anything that seems to expel from it,
This is
as
an
if
idea.
it's entirely consumed.
What if we push that black gem into that rubble somehow, blocking the way? Wouldn't it eventually eat through it?
I am not touching that thing. I am
No,
in
hell no. No
10
one's
foot
gonna touch
pole.
it. Yeah, ain't no one touching it.
Baron's gonna look down at the gem and is gonna just kneel down for a second and inspect it.
Recommend not touching. Still, just don't touch.
I'm well aware, sir. I will do my best to not touch it. I'm just inspecting.
Sorry, it's just kind of we have certain members kind of side eyes Vayne who likes to touch things before really thinking about it sometimes.
Let's see. Does Baron know anything? That's particular gem.
And I give him guidance if he's doing a check to like look at it since I am talking to him.
Sure. $18. He is going to inspect the gem. Take a step back for a moment. Look over his shoulder.
I would express extreme caution when handling this particular gem.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What we
You're
have
watching the
here,
last bone get sucked into it. Really? Wow. Whenever.
this here is a gem known by a few of my covens. It is simply known as a Sharuvian opal, but it goes by another name, an opal of annihilation.
Comforting.
Yeah, that fits.
Usually given to high priests of the mistress of the night herself. These particular gems are usually placed in high sanctified places of order and power amongst most of her followers. Usually they destroy any living matter and other pieces of matter that are congregated by more divine means.
How do they move it, transport it?
So, from what you just said, any
I don't
living
know.
matters. So, would a pair of gloves count? Like,
No, we've seen it.
I'm
We've seen it
not
consume.
sure.
We've seen it consume
because
inanimate
consumes
shit.
stone and bones and flesh.
Technically, leather gloves are dried skin, right?
Sorry, sir. I'm not entirely sure if I'm familiar with this particular gem to be able to control it, or if I would be able to touch it with a pair of gloves.
Ooh, maybe those gauntlets I found are something they use to transport it. Vannon, how we
Gauntlets?
looking? I found some gauntlets. Maybe that's how they carry that thing around.
Technically, a gauntlet isn't, it isn't,
A glove.
I mean, aren't they gloves in a way? No.
Well, there's different styles.
Out of curiosity, Vannon, are you currently like identifying these gauntlets at the moment, or?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Identify first, then collecting bodies.
Okay. So Baron looks over where Professor and Harry are looking towards where Vannon is. He'll see the gloves that you're holding, and you'll see him stop for a moment. Olive, what is your passive insight?
I was about to say I was going to actively incite that.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check, Harry.
Because, yeah, whenever he looks at the gloves, I want to try to figure out whatever his facial features are. Like, depression. Like, I need to know what his feels like. Can I guidance and insight?
I would say no. This is more of a reactionary thing, and guidance is an action.
Okay, fair enough. Insight roll on there it is. Hey, pretty good.
25.
Yeah.
You take a step as you see him turn towards Vannon, and you are like actively like moving around, so you can actively get a view of his face as he inspects them, and you can clearly see recognition in his eyes. The moment he lays his eyes on the gauntlets, and you can see that there is a slight hint of relief, but also that deep, side hinted glance of fear, the original moment that he saw Squirm.
Those were my squadron leaders.
And he'll just look over towards the doorway to the dining room.
When he was originally with us, he said that they were a blessing from Helm himself.
Huh.
I want to walk over and look on the statue and see if the statue still has on a similar pair of gloves.
Which one?
The statue.
Which statue? Which statue?
Of
Where? These two statues here are broken at the base.
You're thinking about the one that's in the priest's quarters
You're
behind the altar?
you're talking about the squirrel? Squirrel man? Squirm?
He's talking about Helm.
You go up to the statue of Squirm, who is still currently smiling, rapier out into the air, the skull with only one eye at the moment, and you see him holding in his hands no gauntlets.
Oh, gosh, okay.
Do you know what they did? These gauntlets? Of your squad leaders?
He was able to conjure some form of protection over himself and others. He was able to open the doors of this temple when we
Okay.
were not. He was protected by Helm, apparently.
Okay, so yeah, those are sound pretty sweet.
Those do actually sound pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Hell, Fannin, what do they do? They'll keep you
Uh,
suspense.
I'm waiting to see if there's anything else happening because there's still
Oh
time.
no, fair,
like
fair. That's right. He takes him 10 minutes. Right? I expected.
Yep.
For some reason, I thought it was instantaneous, but yeah, it does take 10 minutes.
Unless he wants to send a spell slot, so no.
No, let's not start doing that. We're gonna need
All right.
those.
Baron's gonna just sit himself down for a moment. Actually, he's gonna choose one of the pews and just sit down, looking at a broken Helm statue. Daisy's gonna sit down, is looking over her notes, checking to see if there was any details that she might have forgotten. But they are both going to remain silent for the time being. Harry, you're in the dining room. Van is working on the identify. Dune, are you remaining where you are?
Yeah, I'm just eyeballing that hole in the ceiling, just thinking.
You can see the hole itself. Just getting a genuine look at it, as long as you have been, you could probably fit a smaller individual in that hole,
Hmm.
but you would probably think that you would probably block it up.
Hmm.
And it is standing a good, like, 10 foot tall.
I could probably climb up there and reach it. Does it look like I could maybe make the hole bigger if I by myself, or maybe if I had like a tool of some sort, maybe I could make it a little bit bigger for me to fit in?
Roll me an investigation check, please.
Oh, great! I'm great at these.
Mm.
Oh, actually, not that bad.
Getting a quick look at it, you would know that, especially with your bulkier size, you're not entirely sure if you would either make a bigger hole or bring it all down with you.
Mm.
You would think
Was-
that you would need a smaller individual to squeeze
Okay.
in, maybe for scouting purposes, maybe to try and see if there was something on the other side, but you know that there's an entrance there.
Mhm.
What is this hole look like? Was it designed to have the hole in the ceiling, or does it look like it was like bashed in?
No,
Okay.
Do
no,
I
you
think?
you would
Sorry.
know that they sent a large ball of dark necromancy and like force-like aura against the ceiling, which seemed to destroy the stone, which until now you would have believed to be indestructible, and has seemed to make it crumble and fall to the ground, creating a small haven with the rubble.
Does it look
Uh,
hairy sized?
it does look reasonably Harry-sized.
Hey, Harry!
With another inspection as well, Dune, you would also believe that Baron, the beaver, could also fit inside this hole,
Not me, could I fit in there?
especially with a lack of especially with the lack of his armor.
I'm
Professor, it might be a squeeze,
If
but
keep in
you
mind,
believe you
I'm
might
an
be.
extraordinarily skinny human. Remember my such little muscle mass that my strength is 6.
It would be a squeeze.
Okay.
Oh, look, I just kind of narrow my eyes at Baron. Hey, Baron,
Yes, sir.
would you be up when I look towards the ceiling? Would you be up in maybe a little while to check out what's on the other side of that hole? I can get you up there.
If that is what you need of me to do my service, then yes.
I
I can do
believe
that,
there's an
sir.
entrance up there of some sort. I'm not sure, but there's something up there.
I can peek my head. I'll walk up the wall and then across the ceiling, get to the hole, send the drift gloat up in there, which still has the daylight spell, and just peek my head in and see what I can see. If I can't fit it,
Yeah.
I can still like look inside, right? Like I can get my head inside.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
Okay. Using the drift globe and sending it in, you immediately hear sounds from behind the rubble echoing out into the air. Dune, being close enough to the hole, you can hear an infernal. The sound of one voice that seems to call out,
They're coming! Right to the library!
They use common too, right? Some of those guys.
they do seem. You have heard them speak in common before,
I was
but
I
this seems
was
to be an infernal.
okay. I was among them, like both when I snuck in and before everything started in the dining hall. What do they have like a term they refer to each other as, like brother or initiate? Like when they talk to each other, how do they refer to one another?
You did not hear anything in regards to that.
Okay.
You heard a name. One name.
What was the name?
And that's it. Zorix.
I'm going to.
Professor, did you hear that?
Yeah, give me. I got something cooking in my head here.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I will say the one person that you heard the name of, which is Zorix, was the one that was holding the puzzle box.
Well,
And he was one of the big hulking fellas.
Okay, I was there for a while. In Zorik's voice, I'm gonna say, "You fools! It's Zorix. We've won." And just see what kind of reply there is. I'm gonna recall the drift globe too.
Okay, you recall the drift globe?
Yes.
Okay. You pull out in the same, more lower and very dopey-like tone. As you listen out, Dune, you can hear from within a few voices calling out to each other until one voice seems to speak out, and Professor, you can hear the same dopey-like voice that you had just imitated coming from behind the wall, the fallen down wall, as you just hear in Infernal, dude. Hey, that's not me. That's a liar.
Okay. Hail Mary.
I'm just gonna say, Professor, whatever you're saying up there is not working.
I'm gonna scream out, "You idiots! He's an imposter! I'm the real Zorix!" And I'm gonna cast Pan's Beguiling Charm. Only have to be able to hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you. Give me a second. So, what is it that they have to do?
Here, That's actually, I forgot. I've had a feeling this would come into play this session, and I kind of wanted to get with you before and just ask you this question here. I'm gonna send this to you.
Shoot. Yes, go ahead. Shoot.
I think it really depends on what you'd consider a hostile creature, because they're not actively attacking me. If you get my drift.
I kind of get your drift.
Kind of hoping, since we're not actively fighting, they aren't considered hostile.
They are 100% considered hostile at this moment because they believe that you are an intruder.
But do they, as I'm calling out in their comrade's voice and accusing the other one of being an imposter?
Right, which is why I'm allowing this to happen.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not gonna say any more about it.
So go ahead and roll your persuasion check, please.
Okay. Damn, every time I use a skill, I've rolled low.
Rolled low, he says. Gets a 16, he says.
Yeah, I mean, but the number on the die. The number on the die, I have not cracked 20 when using this ability yet. Or not 20, but 10, I mean.
Oh, God. Okay, give me a second.
Oh, no.
Imagine a lot of them are super insightful, so I might have a...
Give me a moment here.
Yeah.
He's got to think.
I gotta think, because some of them are very insightful. Some of them are not. Let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna just go ahead and roll this real quick. Okay. Alright, I need to go ahead and roll this real quick. Okay.
I'm really hoping there's no advantage involved with this. This is looking really good.
Alright. You can hear the sounds of that same voice echoing out into the air, speaking out in Infernal, Professor. As Dune, you can hear the same dopey voice just starting to, like, get closer and closer, as if the voice is slowly getting closer to the pile of stones, and you can just hear this voice going, "No, he's telling lies, he's telling lies. No, I'm not an fake. I'm not an intruder. I'm sure." I found the puzzle books. No. And you can hear the sound of scrambling through pockets, and he just like a few voices are being muffled out, and you can hear one voice Dune coming from around the corner going, "Quick, get him, Zax! Hurry him! He's a fake!"
He was saying an infernal, talking about the puzzle box, or
He is saying that
okay.
100% in Infernal.
Okay.
And Dune,
Just
you
gonna,
can
like,
hear
looking at Dune, see what's going on.
once again the sound of shuffling cloth until you hear the voice going out again. The puzzle books! Where'd it go? And you just hear the sound of scrambling and then like the shifting of like heavy stones as if you hear someone trying to like pick through the large pile until you hear the collective sound of other voices going, "Fixan! Crimson! Get him! And you can just hear the sound of two of the hulking behemoths currently tussling and fighting in the corridor behind the pile of rocks.
That's awesome. That is
Professor, you'll just hear Dune giving a really good laugh. I don't know what you did, but whatever it was, it sure as the hell's worked.
You can hear very distinctly, all of you can hear the sound of grunting, sounds of pain, sounds of like punches impacting. For one moment, you see like the large pile of rock and stone that has caved in front of the entrance shift slightly as if one large bulking mass has been thrown against it before the sounds of fighting can be heard until eventually there is the mixture of sounds echoing out into the air. And Dune, you're hearing essentially a mixture of voices all calling out in Infernal. Like basically cheering on what you could only be assuming one of an individual called Zan that is currently fighting Zorix and seems to be currently winning. As you can hear Zorix still like shouting out into the air that he's not a fake, that he's like not an imposter, but he's like still fighting. However, you can hear like a lot of the other figures in the background like cheering on Zan until there is a distinctful crunch sound of a stone blade going through bone. And one of the voice goes silent.
Oh, that's one less.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who won. Listening.
Yeah, I'm assuming it was the one guy versus like 10 in there.
Actually,
hold on.
Dune, you're listening in, and all of you hear a battle cry into the air, and you hear, even though it sounds like some of the teeth of the individual, like there's a slight slur to the voice, as if like there's like been multiple teeth being taken out of the fight, essentially. But you can hear one voice go, "I told you, I'm no imposter. I'm not fake. I killed this fake one."
Ooh, sorry, Professor. Looks like Zorus won. Zan just got murdered.
What are they saying in there? I'm assuming this is all still Infernal.
It is infernal, but you can hear that there is like multiple shouting and voices in the air that are like eagerly telling others, like, "Get him! No, you get him! No, get him! Get him!" And you have a feeling. You can hear that there are like sounds of impact being heard, and for Olive, it would be a very familiar sound, the sound of Eldritch blasts hitting the air. As you can hear also the sounds of radiant and dark necrotic flame splashing around. However, again, you can still hear the sound of Zorix still speaking out in Infernal, currently cursing them out to every sort of Sharuvian tale known to man. However, he seems to be still holding his ground.
I'm very surprised at this, but Zorix is actually holding himself up pretty well. I mean, he's swearing at him in every single infernal swear word I can hear, but he's doing pretty good.
Dude, you saw that puzzle box, right? Briefly.
Kind of.
Can you describe it to me in Infernal?
I can try, and I'll just describe it to him in Infernal the best way that I can.
And then I'm gonna. I mean, I imagine I have the ability to basically parrot what Dune said, if I wanted to. Rob.
Sorry, one moment. What was the question?
Dune basically described the puzzle box to me in Infernal. I have the ability to just parrot exactly what Dune said as he said it, if I'm not mistaken.
You've seen the puzzle box.
No, I know, but I want to yell out
He doesn't
the
do
puzzle
Infernal.
box
Oh,
description in
okay.
Infernal.
Roll me an intelligence check. Just base
Oh.
intelligence check.
Okay. Yeah, actually, no, it's not. Oh no, that's save. Shit.
It's either really good or really bad.
No, it's not good. It's not good.
Ah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, scratch that.
Professor,
I guess
you
you
try and listen to the description of the box. However, after the second sentence, it's just sounding like absolute goop. Like the
Okay.
words are blending into each other. It sounds way too static. You're way too it's way too overbearing for you to really understand in the next
Okay.
few seconds.
It was worth a shot, but I think I don't think they need any more encouragement on the other side. Honestly, it sounds like things are going well.
Yeah, honestly, whatever you did, you've probably done more than get rid of one of them. To be honest with you,
Sounds like it.
because they're all fighting each other. Well, to be fair, they're all fighting Zorix, and Zorix is somehow still alive. So
It's good. Good, killing one of their own, burning some resources.
yeah.
Rob, when I peek my head up through that hole in the ceiling, is there like a cavity up there that can be like moved through? Like if we somehow got everyone, the whole party on the other side, could I like essentially walk around up there?
Sorry, are you trying to get through there, or what are you trying to
No,
do?
no, I'm just from what I saw, does it look like if we could somehow get all our party members up through this hole, we could move like at least somewhere else in the temple through that hole?
You would believe that you'd be heading towards the library. through
Okay.
that hole.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just kind of lean back down, and if we can all get up here, I think we can bypass that.
Well, I don't know about anything of making it bigger, so I'm open for ideas at this point in time.
I'll just point at Olive. Olive's got the warhammer.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing,
Professor.
Professor.
You can see Olive is currently standing next to you, but is also currently standing over the altar.
Okay. If
Well, you
need
see,
be.
Professor, here's the thing. If we try to make that hole bigger, we'll probably take out the entire floor above us.
So there's no. It's not a. Is it an actual like room above us? I was under the impression it was just like kind of like a hollow cavity in the architecture.
Sorry, where?
The like through the hole. Does that actually the one on the ceiling? Does that actually lead to a different like an upper level room, or is it just like a hollow
No.
spot in the architecture? Yeah,
It essentially leads to the corridor that they are currently standing in.
Okay.
So you'd be able to get over the cave-in that they tried to attempt to block off,
Sure.
but there would not be like any other way of getting to the other floor. No.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, if we
From
play our
your
cards right,
knowledge, you believe you're on the top floor.
I think if we do it right, we can just. I think you're right. Maybe a warhammer might be a little much for this, but if we can widen this enough for Dune to fit through, I mean, we're in business.
Yeah, if you can get me through, you can get everybody else through here.
I mean, worst comes to worst, I can always reduce the size of dude.
Sure.
That's true, but I mean, do the rest you think you can fit through that without?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's the thing. Olive's probably more bulky than. I mean, I could. Robbie said if I might be able to squeeze through it if I tried.
If you try to put in the effort, yeah, there is a
Okay.
slight risk you might get stuck, but
Yeah,
you
yeah. I
believe you
think.
might be able to squeeze through.
So yeah, we should probably. We're gonna need to widen this anyways. I mean, just me alone, and then Olive and Daisy. No offense, ladies, but they're a little bit bulkier than I am.
Vannon, you are able to complete your identify spell.
Yay!
Curiosity, have I made any progress on my stone armors?
Go ahead and roll me a Tinker's Tools check, please.
I'm gonna guidance myself as well while I'm doing these, so.
Okay.
That's what it's there for.
That's dumb. I feel like I got. Oh, whatever. I'll keep. I guess
15.
that helps a little bit. 15.
Yeah, 15 ain't bad.
Moving around, you start to
Alright, well,
inspect
I don't
most of the armor, and you do see that most of the stone is quite brittle. You'll see that, especially with the members and the cultists that are no longer breathing, most of the particular protections of the armor seem to have faded away. And as you do begin to pick apart and try and salvage some of the armor on some of these individuals, you do believe that you get at least the makings of some form of protection, like a chest plate or a breastplate. But that's the most that you'll be able to do with the gathering
Yeah, like I'm
materials you
trying to
have.
dismantle these because I'm left alone with the bodies. This is perfect experience for me to get used to trying to get these things apart in one piece. So I'm literally
It's
just as many as I can try on. I'm just gonna hopefully get better at getting.
using the eight bodies at your disposal. You are able to bring off two of them.
Apart. So I'm not necessarily get these apart.
Yep. You dismantle, break them. You have a genuine idea of how most of these are made. You'll see that a lot of the materials seem to be non-magical in nature, however, do have small runes and markings that seem to have some form of religious or symbolization that seem familiar to the ones that you've encountered on most of these individuals. And you'll notice that a lot of the material is quite brittle. However, you are able to retrieve two of these stone-like armors from the cultists without destroying them, and believe that you would be able to dismantle and gather any materials from these stone-like armors should you find any resources or materials within them that would be salvageable.
Okay. I guess I'll haul back
Vannon.
what I managed to save and give it to the or drop it. Well, not stop. I'll put it down in the room for the party and try to figure out what's
Gotcha.
going on.
Vannon, you'll find that these are gauntlets of the Protector. While wearing these gauntlets, you and all friendly creatures within 5 feet get a D4 to their saving throws. You gain a +1 to AC while wearing these. And additionally, should you be damaged, you're essentially immune to any force damage from non-hostile targets.
Now, are these gauntlets require attunement?
Yes, they do.
Gauntlets are sick.
Yeah, no kidding. I like those.
Have you ever wanted to be a paladin with an item? Here you go.
Funnily enough, you will recognize, Vannon, that the only ones that can wear these particular gauntlets are indeed paladins.
Never mind then.
I was so excited. I was like, dude, this is amazing. Although, as a side note, can that
Like amazing.
stack? Can you have that aura twice?
What I miss? What's amazing? Get something good?
The gloves. Like,
Gloves
they're a
were-
paladin in
What
a
are
pair
they?
of gloves.
You find the exact details of these. Vannon, you find a silver and golden pair of gauntlets with the detailings and crest of Helm on the left hand. You can see what looks to be small runic details along the fingertips that seem to have the markings of Helm as well. And in the center palm of the left gauntlet, you can see what seems to be a slight ghostly aura that seems to rest within it. You gain a +1 to AC while wearing these metal gauntlets.
Damn.
While attuned to them, yourself and any friendly creature gets a D4 to their saving throws, and any non-hostile force damage you are immune to.
What's the radius of that aura?
5 feet.
5 feet. Oh, so right next to you. Okay.
Right.
That's still pretty good. Just is the +1 AC with or without attunement?
Attunement,
Attunement. Okay. That's still pretty decent.
and they can only be attuned by a paladin.
I was expecting an alignment that matches. So.
Yeah, actually, I was expecting alignment too.
Can that stack, out of curiosity? Like, if we were
Yes,
to
it
have a
can.
paladin with the aura, so a paladin could literally give +8 to all saving throws.
In a general sense of things, yes.
That's
Well,
pretty cool.
it'd be plus the paladins aura, then a D4, right? It's different.
Yeah.
It'd be different every time. But yeah, essentially, you could end up with +8. Well, it can't. Doesn't the paladins aura max out at +5?
It's
Right?
charisma.
Doesn't it? Yeah. So you could get a +5 plus a D4. You
I
could
didn't realize
almost
it
end up
was
with
charisma.
+9.
Michael had it in practice campaign. It was +4, so I wasn't sure how that worked.
It's up to your charisma modifier, I believe.
Yeah. No, I remember. What's his face? My character had it too, but I was only 18. I wasn't 20 charisma. So everyone was getting +4. That paladin aura is super fucking good. I love that aura so much.
It's so good. That's I thought this was like just stacking.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that guy.
That's
Well,
unfortunate. No one in here is a paladin except for you, Baron. I think, right?
Is he though?
Baron's gonna just look over.
I do follow Helm's teachings, yes.
well,
But you are okay. I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
can you use the gloves?
I would never take up the gauntlet of my leader.
I mean,
Only he has permitted to wear them.
you are the last surviving one. You need to carry on the legacy.
You know what? I'm curious. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to move my token, but I brought the armor and stuff over into this
Okay.
room. When I by that point I hear about the gauntlets, I'm like, hey, can I borrow the gauntlets for a second?
Harry, you would notice at this point, Olive is like actively pointing the non-magical blade that she carries towards the black opal.
I'm trying to figure out if I see a problem with that because I think, from my understanding, that's not bad. It seems like according to this, it's living things. The sword is not living.
It ate. I fed it rocks last session, right? Or
Yes, you did.
Right? Yeah. It
What
eats.
are rocks? What are rocks but compressed dead organisms?
I mean, I guess. I don't. Actually, hold on.
Smart people.
Yeah, sure. You know what? Yes, they're compressed dead organisms. I completely agree with you.
Hypothetically, you could probably say that about that without any metal. So I guess hypothetically, my own ruling has killed my own statement. Um, diamonds. What is that? Just compressed carbon. What's carbon? Animals.
Yes, yes. The purest form of animals.
Carbon.
Hmm. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna stop Olive from touching.
Well, didn't we have to stop her from touching it last time too, if I recall? Olive?
Hands. I thought. I feel like the sword's a safer bet, but I just don't want her to die. So
Sure. I
I'm
mean,
gonna
Olive,
be
you
like, yeah. Olive, can you? No, I know. I want to touch it too. I want to find out a way to handle it because I think it'd be really fun. But I don't think we are prepared to handle it currently.
Olive, whatever you touch that gem with, you're gonna lose. So just be prepared to lose. You're your own woman. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life. I just prefer not to see you sucked up into that gem. Anyway, Baron, as I was saying, wouldn't it be you are the last surviving member, and wouldn't it be fitting for you to be wearing those while you're cleansing Helm's temple? You're literally meting out Helm's justice with his power. It's perfectly poetic, and personally, I think Squirm would be proud to see you doing that.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
That was his last wish, was to cleanse this place.
Roll me a persuasion check, Professor, with
Nice.
advantage.
Nice. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, and then I just knock it out of the park when I'm not using my fucking. It's like 31 if it hasn't popped up yet.
Okay, yeah. He will listen for a moment, staring over at the gauntlets before he'll turn towards the corridor that leads to the dining room, and just will nod his head.
Very well. I will carry the burden.
Attaboy.
You
That's
got
what I'm
better
talking
start.
about.
You got to start tuning to him and say, Vannon, could you be so kind as to toss the gauntlets to Baron?
Olive, you are using Witchblade to. Are you like trying to tempt the magical blade that you're holding towards the
said
stone, or the
Siegebreaker.
non-magical? The Siegebreaker?
Yeah, you said I start
Hmm.
almost poking the gem with the siege breakers.
Is what
Okay,
Olive said.
give me a second. Let's see. Yeah, he needs to make a
All right, here we
check
go.
real quick.
We're on some rails and we're about to go off.
So he has. Do. Got it. All right. Let's see if he knows what this is. Yeah, Olive, the moment that you start pushing Zora towards the blade, you hear him speaking to you.
This little trinket will not harm me. However, anything that you should try to poke or pry with this little trinket would more than likely be consumed, including your magical items, Miss Flowers.
This is just for Olive, right?
Just for Olive.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Olive, you do get an idea that if you use Zora, it might not affect him. Anything else might be affected. You think this is solely because Zora is an artifact? A very powerful weapon that cannot be destroyed by anything but certain means.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. Here we go.
So, while Olive is playing Poke the Opal, is there anything else anyone wishes to do?
Oh, we got Baron, a tuning. Oh, yeah, Vannon, just out of curiosity, do you have any theories as to what would happen if we put that gem in the portable hole?
Probably not good.
Yeah, I kind of. That's kind of why I ask.
Yeah, Professor, as you say that, you'll hear Daisy in the corner of the room. I already told you, Syl does not approve of that action. The only thing
That's
that will
right.
come of putting that particular gem into any extra dimensional space would end poorly for us.
That's right, you did.
Just out of curiosity, how many bodies can I fit in that portable hole that I find?
Let's see. After Olive was basically stacking freaking bodies inside of that gem,
Jim.
I'd say,
There's no weight limit to a portable hole, right? It's just a size limit, if I'm
Yeah, I
not
was just
mistaken.
saying how many of the bodies are left out there that I could steal.
I
Oh, got
will
you, got you, got you.
say, you know what? Let's do this. There are indeed 3 bodies at your disposal.
Put all 3 of the bodies in there, in the portable
All right.
hole. The 4. I see
You'll
5 more.
find that all the bodies, including the beavers, have been taken out except for these 3 bodies, which are 3 normal cultists.
That's fine.
As all of you would have noticed, Olive, during the time of you guys like preparing the identify, having your conversation, and inspecting Olive eventually taking a look at the gem, she has been going in and out of the dining room, taking a body from the ground, either cultist or beaver guard, and has been throwing it into the gem. And you've just been hearing the sound of a suction being heard, like a deep guttural suction being heard coming from the gem, and the sound of snapping bones and sinew as the body is slowly consumed.
It's another Wednesday.
Has the gem changed at all since we first saw it after it's
No,
consumed all this? It hasn't. Okay.
it has not changed in size or shape. It is still the pitch black opal that currently rests in the center of the broken down altar.
And it hasn't moved like an inch, right? It's been in that same spot.
Not at all.
Okay. The sounds of combat subsided from the other side of the rubble at this point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. That's one less big guy. Oh, keep in mind, fellas, once this runs out and I point at the drift globe, I cannot produce daylight again.
How much time you got left on that thing?
Less time than it's going to take us to catch our breath quick. It basically from the time I cast it, it's on for an hour.
That's unfortunate.
Around here,
They
there we go.
carry. We get a little daylight. Is it daylight or sunlight from the sort of it's sunlight, right, Harry? From your
Sunlight.
okay.
Well, if we have that little time left, I guess we might as well go ahead and get going.
as you guys are talking amongst yourselves, you can hear the sound of the same uh, impact of one of the dark void-like bolts hitting stone, and the sound of crumbling, caved-in stone and rubble coming from behind the pile of rocks in front of you.
Should we? That's okay. So they're coming through. Should
Uh,
we?
n- you see
No.
dust and build out from the opening in the top as, let's see, Dune's past perception is 14, and you are close enough. Dune,
Mhm.
even though you can still hear the sound of crumbling stone falling from behind the piled up rock, you can hear the sound of coughing coming from behind the pile.
Hmm.
They're coming through.
Yeah, so just coughing behind that. We might need to get
So-
going.
Yeah, we get up through this hole, and they come out here. We can get in behind them and potentially collapse it back behind them.
That is a possibility, yeah.
That's better than facing all of them. I feel like. I mean,
At this point, yeah.
technically, we're all still in disguises, and they believe their side won now.
That is true.
So we have some options.
Yeah. We probably need to do a hole in the ceiling though somehow. Unless we can get some healing done. I really don't need to look for another fight at the moment.
Does it look like is the rubble on our side like moving at all as they're doing this? I mean, like just judging by how the rubble's moving, do I think they'll be through soon, or is it going to take them a while?
Roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
And if anyone would like to join in that, you're free to do so.
Alright, sure, I'll join you.
Yes, please do. Oh
Ah!
God. Anyone else? Harry, Baron, how long do you think it's going to take him to get through at that rate?
Both the professor and Dune would look over towards the stacked up stones. Dust and small, like, pebbles seem to scatter out from the opening. And it would be the professor that would recognize the sign of something falling, but not the actual structure in front of them. It seems that it is not the pile of stones in front of you that's being destroyed, but something behind it.
Oh, okay. What? It seems like they're destroying something behind the stones. Are they trying to collapse it further?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
You hear the heavy coughing echoing out into the air behind the pile of stones. For eventually you see what seems to be a very large, meaty hand reaching up and just like grasping out through the opening at the top of the rubble. You see it like reaching out, like throwing its hand around for a moment before eventually pulling back again.
I'm gonna stay on the ceiling. And I'm just gonna be standing like right above where they're coming through.
I'm
And
actually going to climb up there with him too.
and I'm going to just to try to make myself as unnoticeable as possible, meld into shadow.
Okay, go ahead and
Up
roll me
here.
a stealth check, please. Okay.
I'll just kind of whisper out to everyone, "Get ready! They might be coming through."
Yeah, can I roll into to try and like? Or can I try not to be seen up there? I'm trying to. Can I try? Can I try to be stealthy a little bit?
Sure.
All right, here we go. That's not
Yeah,
bad.
there you go.
Press yourself against the wall, making sure you're not getting against the pile of stones, which you know would create a fair amount of noise.
Oh, I'm
You
not the
prepare
shield
yourself there.
pressure.
Yep.
Okay.
Professor, you look
Mhm.
down into the hole. The thick dust and cloud of like thick stone and remaining piles of thick whatever remains of the broken down corridor. You can see distinctly that there is another broken down uh pile that is slowly beginning to be built, as you do see what looks to be stones and heavy rock that seems to be tumbling out along the corridor. And you do remember when you first came in that there was another doorway further down this one that led towards the library, towards the north.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, so you would believe that that entrance is now also caved in.
Oh shoot.
The
Okay. So all right.
other thing that you would notice is what seems to be a hulking figure currently leaning back and pressed it against the large pile of rocks that seems to be looking towards the other cave in at the moment. You see him reach up a meaty hand, take a hold of the large black mask that is currently covering his head, and slips it off, and
Does he
just
look
like lets out a
familiar?
very heavy sigh.
Let me see.
He, you see what seems to be a pale skinned, uh, grayish in tone looking Goliath. You see what looks to be a branded like tattoo of black and red that seems to curl around the sides of his ears like a pair of horns. And you see the tattoo tips of the horns seem to curl around the cheekbones and jawbones into like a detailed lining of like some form of tattoo-like beard that seems to be dark along his skin. You can see what seems to be brandings and markings of the same symbolization of Shar, where you do see brandings and markings of a purple disc surrounded by black. And all of those seem to be marked along his neck and shoulders. You can see what looks to be a slight discoloration to the right eye, and he looks clearly dejected and very much out of breath. You see on in the middle of the corridor, maybe laying a good 10 to 12 feet away, what looks to be another hulking figure currently laid out. However, you'll see one of the large arm blades, the dual arm blades that they usually carry. One of those dual arm blades have been snapped off and is currently in the eye hole of the mask of the other hulking
Oh
figure.
shit. Okay. And the one that's still
Cool.
standing is, as far as I can tell, is that the one that originally had the puzzle box?
That was the one that originally had the
Okay.
puzzle box.
Okay.
You'll
Okay.
notice that this one on the ground has a much darker emerald skin tone, and you would remember that the one that was holding the puzzle box had a much paler gray-like skin tone.
How wounded does the standing one appear?
The one that's leaning against the pile of stone and rubble,
Yeah.
very, very beat up.
Like,
Y-
if I had to guess, would a magic missile potentially be enough to drop him?
Very likely. He seems like he just like fought to the death, like currently surrounded by others. And you can see there are like gashes and marks along most of his body.
Okay.
But you do see that there are scorches and impact marks of other spells and other missiles that were probably sent his way.
Okay.
But he is probably on the brink of death.
As far as I can tell, there's no other witnesses in that hallway except him.
No others.
All right, magic missile, back of the head. Let's go.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not gonna. He doesn't even notice you, and you turn over, reach over, fire, and there is a distinctful grunting sound before he falls to the ground, dead.
Okay, well, I think we got more time, guys. No false alarm. Just let's try to finish this short rest.
Okay.
Well, that's one less brute. I don't like roughly like I kind of saw a large portion of their forest from what I saw from the corpses. Like, can I just ballpark how many of those brutes I think they have left from what I saw?
You would not know.
Okay, well, it's one less. God knows how many else they got.
However, you wouldn't notice, Professor. Daisy is currently like staring over towards you, and you can see that there is a slight hint of disgust on her face when you made that shot.
What?
He was obviously reaching out a hand. Could have been an ally. Could have
If
gotten
you look
some
over our
information.
band, he'll look very appeasing and say, "Wow, that was a good shot."
Thank you, man. Uh, honestly, Daisy, I didn't think about it like that. You could be right. I do apologize. I wasn't trying to. In hindsight, shooting an unexpected wounded person probably isn't in your moral compass. So I do apologize for putting you in this position.
Even I gotta say that was a little bit messed up.
Hey, he was an enemy.
Also,
Like,
well, he was an enemy that had surrendered.
did
An
he?
enemy that
Did he
was
surrender?
clearly not. He put his hand out towards us.
I interpret that as just trying to force
That's
his way through.
confirming.
I just thought he was trying to like dig his way out. I mean, I guess in hindsight, like like I want to do a quick flashback in my head of that moment. Does it look like he's trying to like now under that context? Does it seem more like he's trying to surrender, or if he's just trying to dig his way out?
Roll me, yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check real quick. Thinking over it for a moment, his hand was out, palm out, fingers outstretched, showing no signs of being armed or aggression. He looked more like a desperate animal trying to escape.
Okay, I'm just gonna look into Daisy's eyes. I just, you know what? I'm gonna take a mulligan on this one. I think you're right, Daisy.
Daisy will remember this.
She'll
Yes,
just
Daisy will
narrow her
remember
eyes
that.
towards you. Also, weren't we trying to get information? Sniveling Pup could have been a very valuable resource for that.
Sure. I mean, I see your point now.
Professor,
It was a little hasty.
with all due
I'll agree.
respect, calm your trigger finger. I understand that we just got out of a very dire situation, but still,
Nope. I 100% hear what you're saying. I'll restraint from here on out.
Nothing else, bloodthirsty one.
I thought I was just acting in the best interest of the group. In this context, though, I do apologize. I will practice restraint.
okay.
I'm gonna kind of like lean in the hole and just like, hey, buddy, you okay?
Please tell me he's talking to a body that's like head split open, just like
Yeah,
bludgeoned.
I
Like
did say I was aiming for the back of his.
at this point, it's more taunting than like trying to be kind. I feel like.
It's like it's wishful thinking. I think at this point. Okay, that's fair.
You look inside. You can see very clearly where you had made your mark, and he is not moving. You can see that you placed a very distinctful shot. Maybe if you're lucky, uh, you might be able to get some healing in him, but he is very clearly fading fast.
Daisy, you got a quick healing spell? I think we can save him. Anyone?
She'll just
Quick healing?
stare at you for a moment and just like pick herself up and start making her way over.
Like throw my arms up, like I promise. I'm not gonna do anything else. Just I think we can stabilize him.
Dune, can you give me a boost up, please?
My pleasure. Now, can I get there now? Pick her up and give her a boost up.
Sure, we clearly saw that come from his side, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Daisy's just gonna look down at you, Professor. It's a good thing that I have Syl keeping me as a decent person. She'll
Agreed.
poke her way into the hole. You can see that like she is clearly a bit too big, especially with her armor, as you see her feet dangling from the opening of the hole. However, she reaches out and does cast Spare the Dying onto the hulking figure, moves back, looks over towards the professor. He is currently out of action, but he will not perish.
Excellent.
Recommend if he does come around that you're not visible.
You know, he didn't see it coming, so I think if I just tell him it came from his side, he'll believe it. But yeah, you know what? On second thought, maybe when he does come around, I probably shouldn't be the first thing he sees.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree.
I think that's just for the best.
I think it would be best if he didn't know what happened.
Yes,
We'll pretend
100%.
that he was not shot. We'll just say that he was knocked out, or something fell on top of his head.
That's how he found him. He goes out cold.
Yes, exactly.
Very well. Is there anything else that you need of me before I get back to my reading?
No, that was excellent. Thank you very much, Daisy. Again, restraint all the way from here on out. Like hold my hand over my heart when I say it.
Only if it is required. I understand the people that we are dealing with is not exactly the best, but we might need the numbers here.
Certainly. We have 100% agree. We have no idea how many more are waiting for us on the other side.
She'll nod, look over towards Dune before hopping back down, and will rest against the wall behind him.
Well, you know what, guys? I think I'm gonna grab a little break too. That's enough work for right now. Yeah. I'm just gonna kind of go and like lean against the wall and sit on the floor.
Olive, are you still messing around with the gem? Harry, are you doing anything during this time?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna poke that shit.
Okay. All right. Olive, roll me a strength saving throw, please.
Uh-oh. Nice.
Okay. Olive, you take 21 points of force damage as the moment that the blade touches the gem, you feel a sudden suction as if your hand is attached to your blade and the blade seems stuck to the stone. And you feel as if you're being pulled in, as if your arm is slowly being pulled out of its socket. And that pulling sensation, it's bad solely because you've already lost one arm. You feel like you're about to lose the other. It does not feel good and you're unable to pull away from the stone. You try and pull out, you are unable to do so. Your hand is currently stuck, and it seems like you're unable to move from it, as if your hand has been magnetized to the handle. Yep. Harry, you can see Olive points the dark-looking blade towards the black opal on the ground, which you know to be the Sharuvian opal. And you see the blade touch the gem, and you see Olive freeze. However, it's mostly the arm up to the shoulder that seems to have frozen, and the rest of her body seems to be actively trying to pull away, but seems unable to do so.
I'm checking one thing real quick. I have a first thought. I just need to confirm something before I do it.
Okay.
Visually, how so it's clear Olive isn't doing the best in the situation. How's the sword doing?
The sword seems to be touching the edge of the stone, and usually you would believe like whenever you put pressure on like a gem or anything like that with a particular blade, it would essentially slip off with enough pressure. You feel and it looks like Olive is putting in a very active amount of pressure against the stone, yet neither weapon or the opal seems to be moving or faltering. It's almost like unstoppable force meets immovable object.
So I've seen multiple corpses thrown into this stone. Does it seem like the sword is being eaten
At this
or
moment in
holding the
time,
ground?
no. However, you can see quite clearly that
Olive's getting
there is an
ripped from
active
this.
force that is being that is essentially ripping Olive joint by joint.
Okay. I haven't got a response on this. So if it comes back that like whatever, I'm just gonna do my first thought and hope that Prac doesn't get mad at me for it. I am going to disarming shot Prac. Well, Olive.
Olive, you can rage. Harry, go ahead and make your disarming shot.
Um cool, I am 5 feet from them, so double checking statistics. Yeah. Okay. Realistically, I'd want to use the cannon
Olive
rock
rages.
pistol, but I don't. Oh, really? All the rages? Crap. This is about to be really bad. It's about to be really wasteful. And okay, olive ridge shot because that's the gun that I would have had.
Okay.
So yeah, it's gonna be a 28 to hit.
Okay. Harry pulls out the frickin' rifle and fires.
It's like it's
Uh,
the gun I would have had ready, not the pistol, because I've been using the magic on the gun. So like the pistol has kind of become like a lesser thought, which is unfortunate. So I wouldn't
okay.
have the pistol prepared really.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage because I'm assuming. Actually, no. Blur, I believe, is still active. So go ahead and roll that again, since you do have a disadvantage.
It's just gonna become a 16, which might actually miss.
I think it does miss actually.
I believe it does. Okay. As you try and fire, Olive, you go into a rage and
Good.
will the blade to become a warhammer, which it does. Harry, are you doing anything else?
So I'm just confirming that it was not a hit, right?
It was not a hit. 16, I don't believe, hits Olive. Yep,
Yeah.
16 does not hit. Olive, roll me another strength save, please, with advantage. $23. Okay. As you pull away, you take another 10 points of force damage, Olive, as you are able to pull yourself and the Warhammer away from the uh, gravitational pull of the opal and no longer feel the joints within your arm beginning to pull and almost snap. Feeling a slight relief within the muscles as you have your arm and actively feel able to move it and manipulate it as you wish once again.
I'm gonna go for and check out Olive because I just watched. I imagine basically just like watched her shoulder get dislocated, basically.
Pretty much.
So I'm like, I guess.
Sure. Hmm. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So you kill the rat, which has how many hit points? It has. Okay, hold on. This is gonna be interesting. You might be able to get away with more than one hit point of health.
How many rats can you summon?
No. You. He has one hit point. So you actively heal one.
Please don't tell me you can summon infinite rats.
He cannot.
Okay. I was just, I don't want to just imagine that every single time we get out of combat, just all of just rat slash rat slash rat
I
slash rat slash.
believe it's 3 per day. Yeah, 3.
Oh, it'd be terrible. Just every time we get out of a fight, it's like a call sign. Ah, Grateful Undertaking
That's the
appeared. There's a
last rat.
pile of dead rats.
Have you heard about that adventuring group? Each time that they complete a quest, they send a pile of dead rats to every location.
I picked a good time to sit back down.
Oh, that'd be terrible. So, what you just missed, Olive basically got her arm dislocated after touching the sword to the stone. I tried to disarm me chop it whiffed. She raged, pulled it off. I run over to check on her. She summons a rat, chops it in half, and sucks the blood out through the sword.
Okay, that's new, right? So Olive, so her arm's dislocated, but she has the sword back in her possession, away
Like,
from the.
not actually
Yes.
dislocated, but like she just got 40 points, like no, not like 40, like 30 some points of force damage on their arm,
Oh,
basically.
good lord. Okay, all right. Yeah, so yeah, we really need to
Yeah,
start wrapping up.
Professor, the moment that you saw Olive's the blade hit the opal, you saw what looked to be like an immediate, like, magnetic reaction of the blade, like, immediately standing up on top of the opal, and the arm itself that is holding it was locked in place, and you could see actively, like, each of the joints from the wrist to the elbow to the shoulder slowly being pulled and, like, getting closer and closer to the
Oh,
gem,
Lord.
as if like there is some form of like gravitational pull drawing her closer to it.
So it almost sounds like Olive almost underwent spaghettification.
Pretty much.
Okay.
If she
I can
had
see.
actually touched the stone, you might not have seen Olive anymore.
Okay. So interesting that, and at no point did the sword ever even enter that stone an inch. Like it didn't suck it in at
Uh,
all.
it was not destroyed, not
Okay.
brought in. No, it seemed to have just like almost like there was a very like paper thin barrier between the two.
Okay. I mean that's
Like it was obvious the blade had touched the stone, but neither was affected by the effects of either's effect.
okay. Yeah, that weapon's quite a bit more powerful than I had assumed. Nala, you alright? Maybe yeah, let's put all this, save that stone for a little bit, maybe sit down and take a quick breather.
Daisy walks up, moves over to Olive. Olive, this might hurt for a moment, but I will need you to trust me. You'll feel a lot better in a second. Olive, do you trust Daisy? Uh, Olive, you saw Daisy stand up from where she was sitting, is like clearly inspecting your arm as if she knows what she needs to do, and has like moved up and is like very clearly inspecting the arm that was almost pulled from you. Okay. She's gonna move up. And is going to uh locate your shoulder, putting it back into the socket. There is a very painful moment of the joint falling back into place. However, your arm seems to be a lot more maneuverable, and you no longer feel a slight hitch that was resting in your shoulder. She'll give a nod for eventually making her way back to her spot. Short rest.
Good call. Good call.
All right. Unless anyone else is wishing to do anything, we will actively take our short rest, and we will go ahead and actively take a small break.
All right.
Well, before the short rest, I'm just curious. The pieces of armor that I did salvage, would those have any benefit to anyone here by chance, or could I like add them to someone's armor to maybe reinforce it?
The the only one that would possibly benefit from this armor at the moment, you believe, would be Baron. Solely because he doesn't have any armor. You would believe that if you kept a hold of this, you might be able to create some form of breastplate or chest piece with the armor. with this particular material, but you believe that it is mostly brittle or very easy to be damaged without the particular enchantment that it originally had.
Hey, before we sell him for the short rest, would it behoove us to uh wake this guy up, like give him a little bit of healing, and potentially if he does join us, he could also take a short rest and regain a little bit, or do we just want to let him recover on his own?
Is he trapped or no?
He's trapped, right?
He's pretty trapped behind there, yeah.
Okay, all right. I think we have like a little clutch of just regular healing potions in the bag, don't we? No, not. Oh yeah, we do. We got 6. Should I give him one? Any thoughts, anyone?
I'd say not worth it, personally,
Not worth
but
it.
I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, though.
Sure. We'll wait. If it looks like he's not, we'll go with the short rest. If it looks like he's not going to come to by the time we're getting ready to move out, then maybe we'll rediscuss the use of the potion, I suppose.
I'm just saying, if you
Uh,
want to make him maybe think we're not hostile, maybe we should free him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we bring him to, we get him free, kind of get some information out of him, see if maybe we can't turn him to our side even. My thought as to why we might want to do that before the short rest, so that he can recover a little bit.
we don't entirely know if he's going to be on our side of all things, and allowing him to regain his energy to possibly betray us is not exactly the best idea.
Daisy, as always, you are a fountain of wisdom.
I've
I
been known for that occasionally.
I have to agree with you. All right, scratch that idea.
Uh, as she'll turn her gaze away from you, Professor, you'll see Daisy's looking over at Baron in particular at this moment in time. As you guys start to finish up your short rest.
Is it like just looking? Do I get a sense of? Is it like a pissed off look? Is it like a compassionate look? Like what kind of look is she giving Baron?
Insight.
Okay. Nat 1 for a 2.
Okay. She seems mildly interested, but you're not entirely sure what it is. You look over at Baron. He seems to be like inspecting the gauntlets, but there doesn't
Sure.
seem to be anything new or anything that piques your interest as much as it's piquing Daisy's.
Okay.
I have an idea of something, but I don't know how much I personally know about the gauntlets.
I would believe you were there when Vannon essentially did the identification, so he would probably give the details out.
Because
You
there
would
was a
know at
line
least
in there
that,
that they're immune to force, right?
yeah,
Which
you would know that any non-hostile force damage, they are immune to any non-hostile force damage.
can you define a hostile?
Define hostile from a hostile target.
Can an object be hostile?
Constructs, yes. Normal objects, you're not sure. You've encountered sentient weapons before and sentient items. Whether or not you consider sentient items objects is completely up to you.
Those gloves might be the best chance to move this, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they might. I was kind of waiting
The
for
problem is, it
Baron.
could instant, like, looking at the way it wrenched Olive's arm, it might.
Sure.
Yeah, huh.
I was kind of waiting until after Baron got attuned to him, and maybe he'd give us more insight into exactly that, if that thing can be picked up. Because that thing would be awesome to take into a fight and just start chucking at people, right? Like, you don't get much
Throw
better
the
than that.
stone, cast the orb of, like, locking around the stone. Everybody in the orb just gets obliterated.
Yes.
What have you made? War crimes. We've made war crimes.
But no, Baron is currently like inspecting the gauntlets at the moment, very interested in them. You would know at least that any form of like force damage would be nullified from with these gauntlets on. So you would believe, especially with the forceful nature of the attack against Olive's form, it might work.
They had the
Baron like looks at
runes.
you, looks over at everyone else, like, sorry, am I doing something?
No,
Let
with
us.
what the identification said about the gloves, you might, if you're willing to try, it might be you might be the only one able to handle the stone.
Dune, Daisy's gonna like slide over the wall and sit next to you and is gonna lean over. Hey, Dune, you notice that?
Uh, it depends on what that is.
Uh, Baron's the crest on the back of Baron's hand. It's glowing.
Look, is it glowing?
You do not see anything.
I don't see anything. Dancy, what are you talking about?
Damn it! I guess I don't know. I'm
Sorry,
just
I'm not as
seeing.
doing those holy things as you are. Just do you see
What I'm
something?
seeing is, you know, the crest that we saw on the back of those gauntlets, the one on the left hand.
Yeah.
It wasn't glowing before. Now that Baron's attuned to them, it's glowing now.
Mm,
And he seems stronger.
I
Up.
honestly can't really tell. You might be right.
Uh, Vannon, with your passive perception, you will notice that over the last few minutes, as you have all been resting up, the beaver in front of you, currently sitting on the pews, and due to the lack of like armor except for a few rags that are currently covering his form, Baron looks to have bulked up a bit.
Nice. Super Baron.
You can see that when like a lot of like there is a slight development of the forearms and the upper arms when it came to muscle. Uh, it looked like he had been like very malnourished before, like he had not been eating and was looking very skinny. Now, at this point, he's looking as if he has been like well rested. He looks like he's taken a lot of time to bulk back up and looks reasonably rejuvenated over the last hour of rest. So I'll go ahead and say we'll go ahead and take our break.
All right.
Okay.
Since we should have taken that break a long time ago. But
Sorry, taking a
I
break.
asked questions.
it's all
My
good.
bad.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get back to the questions when we get back. I'll see you guys in the next 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
Go ahead and mute yourselves if you're not here.
Sounds good.
See you in a moment.
Since you rolled Prac, I just want to say I am sorry for essentially PvPing you. That's the only I could think to get you away from the orb was a disarm. Because I think if I would have touched you, I think I would have been equally as damaged.
Hello.
Hello.
Ew.
You've got mail.
You've got mail. You have one incoming message from Zorix.
Why did you do that to me?
Humor.
One incoming message from Helm. I am not the damn squirrel, damn it.
Sure you are. That sounds like something the squirrel would say if they were home.
As you look over towards the email address, it says Squirm the Brave at.
Yep, fake email account, everything. Look at that.
arcanemail.com.
I'm not God. That sounds like something God would say.
You see the active status of Squirm just suddenly turn into totally not a god. No.
When the green bubble turns white, that's when I know he's the God.
Look, when Essrena finally gets social media, you know that this world has gone to shit. No. Have you heard about this wonderful new technology? It's called a smart box. Destroy it now. Destroy it immediately. Throw it up the fucking.
Harry takes it. I will make better ones. They will. They will also be magical. It'll be fantastic. I'll cram everything into it. It'll be like having a band with you at all times. It'll be amazing. Clearly, that
You can
has to be
even take
magic,
these small
obviously.
little pebbles and put them in your ears, and somehow the music transfers directly into your brain.
Bending Stone Mark II.
It's the H buds.
H-Bud.
See, is everyone back yet? We got some muted members at the moment. So I'll wait until those mutes disappear. Professor, are you here? KB?
Unmute your mic, buddy. You're there.
Guess not. Well, while he's away, everyone go ahead and mark down your short rest.
And you want to roll
If you
some
need
hit
to roll
die.
hit dice, go ahead and roll hit dice. I will go ahead and. I
Wow.
don't want to roll hit dice for Daisy yet. I feel like I should.
Hold on. Don't tell me, actually. Come on.
Ask, with the way I'm sitting, did I even get a short rest? Like what I've been doing?
It hasn't been actively harrowing for you, so you should be fine. Speaking of
That
Daisy, I see a Daisy in the roll 20.
almost brought me to full health. Wow. That was impressive.
Will we actually have a Daisy? Oh shit, we have a Daisy. Daisy, you've
Daisy,
been
you're
very
mad at the professor?
wise and very nice, and you're very mad at the professor.
Another day in the ballpark, I guess. Another day at the
I
job. Is that what
will
they're saying?
give you the rundown of what has happened so far.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are still in the inner sanctum.
Uh-huh.
Baron is currently holding the gauntlets that has the markings of helm on the back that the professor had found. You guys would know that the professor had caused a bit of a ruckus to happen within the corridor, acting as one of the hulking individuals, which you knew had been named Zorix. He acted as one of the brutes and saying that there was an imposter amongst one of them and had caused a fight to happen behind the rocks that had fallen. And you believe, after a quick inspection, that Zorix had not only brought down one of the brutes, but had essentially fallen to the edge of the caved-in entrance. And after some inspection, would note that the uh, entrance behind the one that you're currently at, which leads to the library, is also caved in at the moment.
Right.
You would know as well that Olive tried to press the magical blade that she's carrying into the opal, which you now understand to be a Sharuvian opal, also known as a opal of annihilation.
Wow, great name.
It
Olive,
annihilated Olive's shoulder, that's for sure.
yeah, Olive pressed the magical blade into the opal, and you saw that the blade, which you know to be Zora, actively touched the opal, but was not consumed by it. However, Olive's wrist, elbow, and then up to the shoulder seemed to dislocate, as if the arm itself was being pulled towards the stone instead of the blade. She was able to pull away. However, you would believe that any inorganic and organic material can be consumed by this stone. After identifying the gauntlets that are currently on Baron's possession, you believe that these metal gauntlets with the mark and crest of helm on the back of the left gauntlet can only be attuned by paladins and gives a +1 to AC, gives a D4 to the wearer and anyone standing within 5 feet of them, a D4 to their saving throws, and any non-hostile force damage is immune. So if they were to take any force damage from a non-hostile target, they are immune to that damage. Which, after a small discovery, you'll notice that the opal deals force damage to whoever attacks it or touches it. Apart from that, there hasn't been any distinctful changes apart from the fact that you saw the professor go over to the currently caved in entrance where you saw a hole at the top, and he essentially executed the currently exhausted hulking man who had fought earlier, which you knew to be the name of Zorix. There has been no other conflict.
Tell him the
Yet.
full implication of that, why he's mad at the professor.
I mean, he murked the guy.
You
So,
essentially he
who's mad?
essentially murked the guy who couldn't really defend himself, and you
Kinda
believe
looked like
that
he was giving up.
Oh,
yeah, who was
Daisy.
clearly giving up.
Okay.
The guy
mean, I-
was clearly like surrendering and putting like marks that he was
I-
not armed, and You just saw essentially the professor walk over and just end him.
I feel like we kind of talked that out and reached an understanding, and now
You did.
our friendship is
But not with
stronger now
actual
than it was
basic.
before.
You're free to believe whatever you wish, Daisy, from those particular details.
Oh. You know, if eyes could be daggers, then eyes are daggers.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's right. But we basically had a conversation like I didn't
He did
know.
try to save
he was-
him, to be fair.
Yeah, I didn't know he
He
was
put in the
actually
work
trying to
yet.
surrender, and I kind of just did it for the group. And then, you're like, no, he's trying to surrender, and it's like, oh shit, sorry, man. And then you stabilized him.
Daisy, you did cast Spare the Dying on the hulking individual, which you know to be a Goliath in nature. As he
Right.
has no longer got a mask on him, he took off his mask. You would notice after getting details of inside the corridor that there would be another hulking figure in that corridor over here that has a jagged arm blade in the sole eye hole of the mask, which you would believe to be Zorik's
Hmm.
blade. So it was obvious that due to the professor making Zorix look like a traitor or a double agent, that he had fought another individual, got bombarded by the other cultists that were in the room, and then left for dead.
Decent ruse. Took a couple brutes out of the picture for him.
Daisy, you're free to take a short rest and finish up your short rest as well.
Alright.
So any hit dice that you may have, any resources you gain on a short rest, you now gain them.
Let's see. So I am.
And having hit dice is so nice. Barbarian hit dice is great.
Man, I just love
You don't have
being able
any?
to roll all my bonuses from my hit dice.
You do it, Professor?
You don't have any hit die?
No, I did. I rolled 4. Did you see the 4 I rolled?
No, I haven't looked at any roll. What'd you get here?
12, 8, 14, 12. Just high rolls all around.
Yeah, that's nice. That's, you can't ask for much better than that.
I'm almost full health right now.
Oh yeah. Sure, that's all we need. God knows how many on the other side of this thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was beautiful. Rolled 48 and I got 34 on it. That's
Very
that's
nice.
Very
beautiful.
nice.
Still not done
Some
though.
good rolls.
So let's see. So I'm gonna roll 2 more, why not?
Oh, did they tell you too
Go
that
for
Baron
it, yeah.
appears to be like
boy.
Jack now?
Oh yeah. The
Daisy saw
one
that, right?
yeah, the once malnourished and very skin and like looking on the brink of death looking beaver guard, which you know to be Baron. Looks like he's bulked up and looks reasonably freshed up after he's attuned to the gauntlets.
What black magic sorceress is? Oh wait, right, never mind. Helm. Helm works in mysterious ways, I guess.
I
Yes, he
suppose.
does.
Oh,
Do we want to go thank him in the other room?
Oh God, we're still on this.
Baron just like narrows his eyes slightly.
I'm still not entirely sure what you mean by that.
I look over to Harry and I'm like, Harry, I think in my infinite wisdom, I may have led you astray, and I'm sorry. Not all gods take animalistic forms.
Nope.
Harry, this is what we call being delusional. You need to see a
You, did,
psychiatrist.
you didn't see Terrafon. I did.
Daisy, go ahead and roll me a religion check, please.
Okay. Well, I am exhausted, so I have a disadvantage. Lovely.
Right.
But I'm going to guidance myself to help counteract that. Oh shit.
20.
There you go.
Roll the d4.
1d4 and not bad.
You've done your fair amount of research when it comes to the gods. And even Syl occasionally does come in an animalistic form when communing with you every now and then. And you have heard tales of gods taking more animalistic forms when speaking to patrons that follow their service. So it's not exactly the most wild idea that a god could come in some form of animal-like form, but usually those are more feral they're not essentially sentient humanoid squirrels. But the idea is not exactly far-fetched.
No, Harry, definitely. I think you need to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist once we get back to Windspear.
Have you ever seen a statue assist in battle?
Harry, the ways of the divine are
I'm
something that
asking a
not
question.
a mere human can understand. But yes, I have. I saw it an hour ago.
Yeah, that's no.
Well, I mean, we've seen statues that can attack us as well. They guarded a giant door.
Okay,
They
have you seen a
move like
being
chess
actively become
pieces.
a statue and become non a statue and still somehow be able to, help in combat?
Well, we've destatued someone.
He
We've
somehow has
depetrified
been in
people.
here for years, only remembers being in here for like a week. Follows Helm, kinda didn't let us in until we told them we were Helm, but then immediately knew that we weren't Helm followers.
Again, could be an avatar, could be just a faithful champion, it could be his pupil, disciple, chosen one. There's a lot of different territories if we're talking about the divinities, Harry.
I think it's Helm.
Okay.
Nice.
All of you will, yeah, both of you would distinctly notice, more specifically Daisy, would notice that during this conversation that you've had, Olive's skin has turned an immediate gray-like tone, as if she has turned into a statue and she is no longer moving.
I'll look over at him like, see, even Olive is doing it now. So you don't have to worry about it.
Harry, you look over. Olive's a statue.
Well, now this is a problem.
Okay, I'm gonna just do this real quick.
Daisy looks at Harry and is like, don't worry. In 8 hours, I'll have her back to her old nagging self again. Don't worry about it.
Um, I don't, I don't like the implications of this. What if the longer we're in here, the more statuesque we become?
Then you better pray you're a nice statue boy.
Not.
Daisy, you can hear a slight cough come from Olive.
I head on over to Olive. I'm like, must say the details on Statue Olives are quite interesting, aren't they? As if they're, and I get very close, alive.
I walk around the orb and I poke it.
Which orb?
At the opal. I avoid touching it directly.
Okay, I was about to say, and you poke it with what?
No, I poke Olive. Relax.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was about to
Relax.
say.
I choose life.
Olive.
I may choose a delusional life, but I choose life.
Okay. Where do you poke? Just the armor?
It's like the arm of Daisy.
Oh, the armor of Daisy? Of Olive?
Alright,
Yeah, you poke Olive's arm. I mean, the armor is there. Scale mail seems to be remaining intact. However, any exposed flesh is that very pale grayish tone that shows the familiar signs of some form of petrification.
Mm. Well, that stinks.
I told you, give me 8 hours and I'll have her out. Well, technically, we have to sleep, so that would be more than 8 hours. But you know, it is what it is.
Man, we need to get out of here.
Well, we need to get out of here. We have to go through there, and I point to the blockade of stone.
Well, no, remember there's a hole in the ceiling we can go through.
Oh, we only had birds.
No, there's a little hole, and I point towards the hole in the ceiling. We can.
Now that we've taken
Oh,
the rest, does
there.
anybody
Let's
check on
move.
Guy and Wall?
Yeah, let's talk to him first before we do anything. See what we can get out of him.
Yeah, Harry, Daisy, Dune, all of you see Olive, the statue Olive move and stand up in front of you and just looking at you all.
I look over and quite on guard. Who knew statues could move like that?
Feel mocked.
Baron just seems to be staring at Olive.
That was pretty good. I give that. I give like a little clap. That was good. You got me. But there's this hole in the ceiling over here. If we can break it, maybe get the hole a bit bigger, we can just climb through there instead of having to move all the way.
Well, if you want to break a hole in the ceiling, then Olive is your best bet.
Let's see. What am I rolling? What am I rolling to come back to you? D6? Okay.
One of those needs to get a 6. I
And I
figured.
said avant-garde, not on guard.
5. Oh, I know what you're doing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's right, his thing's got a special ability.
I'll recharge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what you're doing. Okay, I was about to say. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, got it. I might have forgotten the fact that he's able to cast Stone Skin once per day
Oh.
for free with this particular weapon. And if he rolls a d6 and gets a 6, he can cast it again.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to try to make that hole up there bigger.
I don't know. Let's talk to the guy first. Let's see what he has to say. Right?
I'm sure
Before we
he's
make a move?
quite unconscious, and we'd need Olive to break that wall down.
We gotta.
I'll rub
No,
it
we
down.
can. Can I feed him a healing potion in the position he's in? He's pretty close, right? Like his hand was through the.
He's a reasonably taller fella. And he's currently, like, laid back against the piled up stone. Last time you saw him, he was in reasonable reaching distance.
Yeah, we can bring him to quick.
Well, you'll have to do it. You're the skinnier and scrawny one.
Sure. I mean, we have
Very
6
good,
potions of healing in the.
Look
Bag
over
of
at you
holding.
for a moment.
Are you just needing him to be up, or were
Conscious.
you?
Just conscious.
I
Yeah, just
I
contact.
can provide a small amount of healing.
Perfect. Kind of stand aside here.
He'll, like, look over for a moment, start making his way over, inspecting the gauntlets before he'll make his way to the edge of the broken down and piled up remains of the cave-in, look up at Dune.
Mind giving me a lift?
Yep, gotcha. And I'll grab one of his arms and pick him up.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna kind of step away too. Maybe it's
Mhm.
not the best idea that I'm there and just kind of sit over by Bannon.
You'll see him reach out with the gauntlets as you see the back of the left gauntlet with the crest of helm in a golden tinge suddenly glow. You see him reach out. There is a slight flash of light within the corridor before he immediately pulls back.
He should be conscious in a matter of seconds.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Put him back
Daisy,
down.
Right.
with you being the religious type, as well as Van with your passive perception, you can both roll me religion checks to know what exactly he just did.
Damn.
Daisy, you never really got to get a good glance, mainly because of the fact that you were still keeping an eye on the walking beaver that is like now amongst your group, and sadly he was able to like block off your vision. However, Vannon with the much larger angle, you saw him reach out for a moment, like press a fingertip to his shoulder, and you saw what seems to be a small hint of radiant energy that seemed to seep into the larger hulking figure, and then he will immediately pull back. You've seen certain rituals and partakings and ceremonies from paladins that allow them to give small bursts of healing, usually known as a lay of hands. And you would think he gave this individual just enough to bring him to consciousness. Baron will move back, hop off of the pile of stone, and will look over at all of you.
I do believe my job here is mostly done. I'll allow you to take it from here. Unless you want me to take care of negotiations, which I'm not the best at.
I don't think we got it from here.
I am a bit tired since getting bonked in the head by one of those giant things. But I can try. Because honestly, the professor might just make things harder again.
Yeah, after he did what he just did.
Very well. I'll be here if you need me.
And he'll take a step aside, stand at attention, like inspecting the long sword, the shield that he now has, and the glowing golden aura of the mark at the left gauntlet. Eventually, you will hear from the other side of the pile the sound of shifting stone, the sound of groaning voice hitting the air.
I'll say, Mr. Zorik, are you awake?
How do you know my name is not you, mistress? Have I finally been welcomed to the darkness?
Well, sadly, you still live on this mortal coil that we call hell.
Nine of them. Which one?
Oh, I mean the prime material plane, of course.
You hear a very distinctful groan of. You can't really tell if it's a mixture of pain or frustration, but you can only believe it's a mixture of the two.
Right. Job not done.
My question for you is, my trapped friend, what happened to you?
Betrayed by people who thought we were friends, but they thought me a fake. Zorik not a fake. Zora has been behaving found good thing. Zorik found amazing thing for High Priest, but he did not accept. Thing gone now. Zorik alone now.
Can I hear him from where I'm at right now?
Yeah. You can
I
hear mostly the muffled sounds. Go ahead.
And then I'm gonna start heading over toward them whenever I do the insight.
This is mostly off of hearing. You wouldn't be able to see him. Based off of the tone, and especially based off of the way he's speaking, he's very, very on the brink. Like, he's very exhausted. Clearly is trying to gather his bearings at the moment, since he just came back from the brink of death. And is very much distraught. There's a slight hollowness to the voice.
I say, well, if you are who you say you are, we'll believe you. I don't see a reason to not believe you. Do you need help?
I am who I am. I am no fake. They said I was a fake, but I'm no fake. I am Zorik. Only Zorik.
Zorik.
Yes, Zorik. Do you need help?
There's only silence from that question.
Zorik, don't you ever get tired of it all? Being disrespected, being looked down upon, and now they backstab you, call you something that you were not. Don't you just want to walk away? Live the rest of your life how you deem it, not how others see you.
But how can I see the eclipse if Zorik does not make it happen?
The eclipse is
She
always
will
within
be
you.
disappointed. Mistress is not supposed to be disappointed.
And who's told you this? The High Priest? Or the Mistress herself? If you keep her in your heart, she
Mistress,
will always see you.
Mistress speaks to me in dreams. Good dreams. Dark dreams. Keeps me away from big ball of light in the sky. That hurts. Burns, it does. But
Then she's always with
she
you.
guides me.
See no reason for her to be mad at you. You are not the betrayer, but they are. If you are a true follower and they have betrayed you, then they are not true followers like you.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable logic to me.
Okay. Harry. Roll me a persuasion check, please.
I guide Harry. I'm trying to assist him, if
Mm-hmm.
possible.
I would have made him roll with disadvantage. Your interaction is making this a normal roll here.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted.
Harry, roll a
Interesting.
persuasion check with
Okay.
guidance.
Yeah. Well, we give it a shot. Persuasion is there. I'm not gonna lie, I know nothing of religion. I was more hoping for a deception check, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, use that guidance. Get a flat
Yeah.
10.
Flat 10. Yeah, it's probably still gonna be enough. Inventory, no spells. Guidance, D4. I got a flat 10.
Flat 10. There is an almost like a good 30 seconds of silence before eventually you hear the voice behind the piling of stone.
She does believe in me. I am true believer. But I do not hear her anymore. And when I slept, she was not there. Am I true believer? Is Zurich true believer?
As long
Maybe
as
she
you
just
always
decided.
believe.
Maybe she decided to let you rest tonight. You needed it. You sound very tired.
I did not want to be alone. She let me be alone.
There doesn't seem to be any more words coming from her at the moment.
Zorik, do you want to leave this place? I mean, you are trapped within two cave-ins.
Rick wishes to be with Mistress. Zorik will be with Mistress now. Maybe.
You hear the slight shifting of stone for the sound of shifting, shambling footsteps that seem to be limping away from the gathered up cave-in.
I tried to peek through a hole in the rubble to see where he's going.
Oh, now I kind of feel bad.
Daisy, I'm guessing are getting a lift up from Dune?
Yep.
You'll see just as Dune lifts you up and you look through the hole, what looks to be the trailing feet of what you could only assume to be Zorik, making his way down the corridor. And you will notice that the mask that he had taken off is resting on the ground.
I just keep seeing where he's going because I thought he was like trapped in there.
You do see the footsteps go out of view, but eventually you hear on the opposite side of the corridor the sound of a heavy body hitting ground.
Hmm. I cast light on the inner side of the rock. So I like shine 60 feet into that corridor. See if I can see his blopped body on the floor.
You cast light on the rocks inside.
Yeah, on the side
Okay.
inside the cave-in.
Okay. You immediately send light, and you're able to see this, essentially. Looking in, you see him recoiling back against the broken base of what looks to be another statue on the opposite side of the corridor. You can see broken remains and shattered stone of what looks to be another cave-in towards the north of the corridor. And the dust and rubble-covered remains of another hulking figure of more of a greenish-like tone. Mask covering its head with the singular eye hole at the front, which you can see here. That singular eye hole in the center has a jagged, broken stone arm blade currently resting in the center of it. And with a quick inspection, you can see on the hulking figure in the corner, which you can see is a Goliath in nature. You see one of the arm blades on his right arm has been broken off. You can see he's currently holding onto what looks to be a very dark-looking wound at his midsection. There are scars and burn marks along most of the exposed skin of the Goliath, and he looks very, very exhausted, as if he had been brought back from the dead. There doesn't seem to be any signs of anything else in the room.
I turn off the light, so he's back in darkness.
Turn off the light. You see him like lower his hands and seems to relax visibly on the opposite side of the room.
I'll ask him, you plan to stay in there for the rest of your days? Or you want to go free?
There doesn't seem to be an answer.
So what was this hole that Dune was talking about on the ceiling?
There is a small hole where the original destruction of the cave-in had happened.
Mm-hmm.
The hole itself seems to be a small concave of where the stone had broken apart at the top of the towering breakage of stone.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that there is a small space that a small creature or very slim, medium-looking creature could possibly fit through.
Right.
Make it bigger. We want to go through it.
It is standing around about 9 foot tall at the top of the
Is it
cave-in, and it's the one that you've been currently looking through.
okay? So it's so okay. Alright.
Man,
Yeah, I was about to
spirit
say,
olive.
Olive, feel free
That's a
to
spirit.
sledgehammer the cave in all the way up or all the way through, however you desire. I'll leave it to your expertise of destruction. I will tell them that Zorik is at the end of the hallway. Just collapsed on the floor. Basically just tired of living.
It sounds like
Olive, you switch to the Warhammer,
Gee, I wonder why.
it.
and you hear a slight chuckling in the back of your head.
Time. We got to something that we can actually destroy, Miss Flowers. Let's see how good you can swing.
Smash.
Mice.
Oh yeah, did so were we theorizing that Baron could possibly pick that up, those gauntlets?
It was a thought.
He has been awaiting instructions.
Yeah, Baron, do you think that's possible? Now that you got a better feel for those gauntlets, or no idea?
I've never tried. Could
I,
try if you're wishing me to do so.
no, I mean, if we're wrong, that I mean the outcome's not going to be good, right? Like I think the risk is pretty
He'll
high.
look over at Olive, look over at like the small trail of blood that's been between here and the altar, where you know the Olive's actively been like dragging corpses over and then stuffing them into the gem.
Yeah,
I do believe it would be dire, if not fatal circumstances, yes.
yeah. I mean, it would make an excellent
Olive,
weapon,
that
but
hits. Boop, boop. 23 points of damage. Do, do, do. It is considered a critical hit. Okay. Does that include the crit damage, Olive, or is that just the base damage? Okay. 23 points of bludgeoning damage to the wall. As you do, you see Olive move over with the Warhammer. You see the twisted black metal in her hands beginning to twist and burn and begin to attach to her wrists as you see the reinforcement beginning to build with every step she takes. You see her bring the Warhammer up, sledgehammer style, and slam it into the stone. You can see every now and then when the Warhammer impacts, you can see some of the stones are slowly beginning to break and crumble, but it is taking a vast amount of effort to start bringing this thing down. There is still some form of enchantment, it seems, that is keeping most of the stone intact, which you've encountered before. But you are slowly but surely hacking away and making some damage. Go ahead and roll your attacks. Baron's gonna look around as this is happening. We'll look over towards all of you. 18 will hit.
Do we let her continue this, or was there another plan?
I feel
I-
like this is stress relieving for her, so I would think just let her do a bit more, you know.
And I
Just
don't,
itching.
I don't see any other way through, honestly. I mean, maybe we could get them to start digging it out, but that would.
5 points of damage, force damage. Okay. Olive, you can notice that kind of like your Warhammer, it seems to be affecting and slowly chipping away at the stone, but not fully damaging it to be impactful enough to actually make some wiggle room. It's going to take some time, you believe, with this method. Gotcha. So now Olive is going like blasting, slamming, blasting, slamming. While this is happening, you do notice that this is making a considerable amount of noise,
Maybe
as
we
well
should-
as taking a bit of time.
Maybe we should do something else. This might give. Remember, as far as they're concerned, they're side one out here.
We still have the hole in the ceiling I pointed out earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think with a little bit of effort, we could just clear. Like how here? I'm gonna walk over here. How long do I think it'll take us to clear this out and get into the hallway?
With Olive's method,
Maybe quiet, not so loud. First,
that depends. How are you wishing to do this?
I mean, we basically just have to start moving the roll by hand, right?
By hand, you would probably believe the only one that would be strong enough to do this at the moment would be Dune. And carrying this amount of weight alone could probably take you maybe an hour or two.
How deep do you think can we tell that the rubble is? How far back does it go?
Sorry, what was that?
Do we know how far back the rubble will go?
The rubble seems to be a good 5 to 10 feet.
There's that option. Or if someone could handle that gem, we could just move it over here and it would just gobble up all this rubble by itself.
Baron's just gonna look around at all of you, then look at Olive, who is still clearly like intending to start destroying this wall once again whenever the professor decides to move.
Just no, don't let me stop you. Just a thought. I don't know if this noise would alert them to us not being on their side. I'm just thinking of all of our bases here.
I mean, it's been what, an hour since they collapsed both this entrance and the other one. Additionally, like, if Olive can open the top and we can just crawl in through the gap
Yeah.
that's created by the hole,
Sure, yeah. No, I mean you're right. It's probably the
because if Olive can't break it, then we have to rely on Dune to remove it, and then it's
yes.
taking more time as well.
Sure. No, of course, yeah.
So either Olive is able to break it quickly, or Dune has to slowly remove everything from the top so we can all squish in.
Yeah, yeah. And there's rubble on the other side too, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
How big of a boom are we talking about, Olive? Are you talking about like Harry experiment level booms or bigger, smaller? Hmm.
Just stick with the hammer. I mean, the hammer should work eventually, right? You said it looks like it's starting to come loose.
It's slowly breaking away. You
Yeah,
think that with Olive's method, it might take to maybe between 20 or so minutes,
that ain't bad, right?
but it is going to be very loud with the current method.
How many of your resources does it use, Olive? Right. Honestly,
Need be.
just break it down.
I mean, if
It
need
do-
be, we can morph Dune into a smaller size, so the hole doesn't have to be quite so big.
Does Vannon even have resources for that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter regardless, because on one side or the other, Dune would still have to remove the stuff.
Oh no, I mean you're not wrong.
Like, Dune, how fast do you think you could remove the top so that everyone can make it through?
Can I guess how long it would take? I can guesstimate.
Figure
You
about
would
an hour.
believe around about an hour.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I
Like,
look at it about an hour or so, maybe.
if we did it that way with Dune removing it, it'd be more believable for them once they see us on the other side that we are actually because we're still disguised, right? Like we're still wearing the.
You are still wearing the disguises that you had found, yeah.
Yes. So I feel like that would be more believable that we are actually with them.
And we could even push that we believe that like him finding the cube is more is a sign that he's like meant to be a true leader, and that's why they betrayed him.
Sure.
I start moving rocks and making a space for us to crawl through. I'm getting impatient.
I'm sorry, dude.
Dude's getting impatient.
All right. You begin to start very, very slowly due to the fact that most of these stones, even though they don't look reasonably heavy, the moment you pick them up, it feels like you're carrying like at least 2 tons of stone with each one of these ones.
Oh,
Not only does it
good
carry the weight of the stone, it
gods.
carries all the weight of all the prayers to Helm as well.
Olive, you actively try and help Dune, you are unable to do so. You try and pick up one of these stones, and it is like almost falling under the weight of these things.
Did Olive manage to move? Did she move a little bit from the hole? Like, does it look like it'd be an easier fit for me to go up through there right now?
For you, maybe, but let's see. I'm asking Dune to back up. Oh, you're asking Dune to back up.
Okay.
Baron's gonna also back away as well.
Daisy's going to back up because she thinks that she knows what Ellie's about to do.
Boy.
Are we
Yup,
wishing to make our presence known? When
Yeah,
we
let's
still
can
have
we not?
options on the table.
I'll kind
Yeah,
of
let's
just grab
avoid
him by the
boom.
back of his shirt and just be like, whenever she says her mind is something, might as well just get out of the way, and I just bring him back towards me.
Olive yells from the other room. Olive likes to go and do what her heart desires.
Might-
So stay out of the way.
Little
I,
brevity.
I'm
might be-
I'm actually dragging the Baron back with me as I'm backing up.
He is like actively trying to struggle against you, Dune, as he's like looking around like,
What are you doing? We're about to
Trust me.
we're about to use resources on stuff that we've clearly known that does not work on these things.
I
he'll start, like,
understand.
Listen to the
Listen.
beaver.
You don't know Olive.
You don't know the power of home.
and he would like look directly towards you, Dune.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Which is why I'm telling you this will not work.
Okay.
Just so you know,
Just out of
Robbie,
curiosity, what exactly are you doing, Olive?
Eldritch Smite. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I've
It
never
is.
heard of that. Well, I'm looking this up now. That's
I'm
cool.
curious to know what he's putting in this big boom.
He's pumping Eldritch Smite into it. What is he?
I know, but I'm wanting to know what it is. Depending on what kind of damage he does, since we know that these things are immune to certain things, I'm just making sure you're not wasting resources.
What? Oh my goodness. That's nuts. Actually, that's really cool.
That is a lot of D8s.
That's a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Force damage? Okay. And what is the spell that you're doing?
I think it's an
Spell
invocation from
effect.
Warlock.
Right, I'm just checking to see it. What is it? Big boom?
Eldritch Smite into it.
No, I'm asking what the original thing is. The 5d8.
That is a smite.
That's smart, yeah.
Smite? Okay.
So the Eldritch Smite, it is once per turn when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal an extra 1d8 force damage to the target, plus another 1d8 per spell slot level, and you can knock the target prone if it's huge or small.
Oh, I know what you're doing now.
Okay. Gotcha. I was confused as fuck for a second. Gotcha. Okay. Alright. Hmm. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. So, yep. So this just automatically hits, I believe. Auto crits. Yep. So 5d8, which will be this, 20. And then 1d10, which is an 8.
28,
So
56.
those are doubled. Add 6. Okay, so that's
52.
62 points of force damage, I believe. Or is it just the 5d8? Okay. You swing forwards, sending the energy down into the pile of stone and rubble as you do see a good chunk of it immediately turning into rubble and compound dust as you smack against it. However, you feel like you've maybe taken a good third of the stone out of your way with that smack. As you do impact it, you see what seems to be the same faint glow that resided around the walls as you had impacted them in the first room that you had encountered, with the same material that is currently crumbling underneath you. It seems that the material does not lose its enchantment when it has been removed from the main structure. It is still enchanted with whatever protections remain in this temple.
How do you not take like any like feedback from that? That's a lot of like damage.
Oh no, she was like full on taking the warhammer, swings it down, and she is like flung back slightly from the impact. She takes a few steps back, and you can see that she's done a considerable amount of damage, but the weapon that she's holding seems to have taken all the feedback. Precisely.
Well, I seem to know something at least.
I'll make it easier for you, I guess. There's less material to move, I guess.
Yeah. I get back to moving in. I start moving everything out the way again. Making a food for crawl space.
You see Baron watching Dune for a moment before he seems to be stepping and making his way towards the center altar. Daisy
Mm.
and Olive, I'd say, especially with your passive insight. And Vannon, I'd say, with your passive insight as well. Baron is clearly intending to head towards the stone. He's heading towards the opal.
Let me guess. Baron, you're gonna grab the opal and put it against the rocks.
That was the original idea.
Looks over at the professor.
Right. Give me a second before you do that. So I head over to the where doing is excavating. I'm like, I want to get out of the way of the beaver.
Can I
Why? What's
insight?
the
He's gonna put
Oh.
the opal against the stones. And
Oh,
while I'm telling him
okay.
doing that, I'm gonna check for like,
finally.
given the large impact that Olive just did on these things, I want to see if there's like small like chunks, like no bigger than half an inch to an inch of rock that has just been splintered, and see if it still has its protective magic.
You take a small chunk that rests in your palm, and it's like a jagged small piece of stone that
Mhm.
still has like the same glowing aura that it did when it was originally impacted by the Eldritch Blast and Olive's original impact with the hammer. And there is a slight warmth from the stone itself as you pick it up, as if it has been reasonably heated up within the forge, like only a minute before being picked up. You can see that there is still significant forms of some unknown magic that seems to be residing within the stone, even in this small minuscule size.
I want to grab 8 of these small stone fragments that are decently rounded out for later use.
Okay. Go ahead and put into your inventory stones broken from the Helm Temple. And you have
I'm
8 of them.
Can I insight the hardiness of Baron? Because like I just saw the damage Olive's shoulder took from this, and it seemed like during the fight they were pretty unimpressive health wise. Like if this doesn't work, is there a likelihood he's just instantly dead from this?
Medicine check, please.
Okay, I wasn't sure what role that would be.
Medicine.
Medicine is not my best. My medicine is not my best. Never mind.
Natural 20. You would know if he's exactly the same as his previous companions. Yeah, The moment he touches that stone, he is going to be ripped into pieces.
Um, is there any way that you think I can help you? Do you anything that would be beneficial in your opinion, Baron? I could maybe give you. Like I don't know, would a guidance help him? Like I don't know.
I don't know why it's doing that. There it goes. Sorry, what was the question again? Oh, right, medicine. You would know that yes, if he was the exact
Yeah, you
same
told me it would
as
shred him.
you erased. Yeah.
It's just a question of is there anything I can give him that might benefit him to not explode if this fails? The hope is it doesn't fail, but just maybe some way I could maybe assist him. Like, would a guidance even help
within
on this?
within your power, you don't believe so.
Okay,
Healing, reinforcement, something like that would be more of Daisy's expertise. So, from your experience, you're not entirely sure if you'd be able to help with this case.
okay then. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Baron. I hope that the theories are correct.
You see him like look over to you for a moment, look down at the stone, visibly swallows,
Yeah,
just like
that's the right move, honestly.
looks down at the gauntlets, and you can see Daisy and Vannon. He is looking down at both the palms, and you can see in the left gauntlet where the mark of helm is on the back of it. In the palm, you do see that small, glowing, small patch in the palm of gold and silver, and that small ghostly veil that rests in the center palm. He'll look down at the left gauntlet. Take note that there is no ghostly aura within the right hand, and is going to reach forward with the left one and try and take the stone.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in position to run and try to drop kick him away if he gets stuck to it.
Okay.
You're getting close. You just see Harry just like looking at you and like, what's your passive perception?
It's not amazing. Oh, it's 15. Not terrible.
I'll say if it's over 14, you can just see the look on Harry's face, and then you can just tell that he's just giving you like, yeah, that's not gonna matter.
Espresso just shrugs, looks back at you.
You see Baron reaching down, kneeling down towards the opal, and just as the palm seems to be inches from the stone, you see the opal rise from its concave divot
Ooh.
within the altar, seem to slowly spiral and maneuver before attaching to the left palm of the gauntlet within the ghostly aura.
Oh
You see
my.
Baron flinch for a second. You see him like wait, look around.
I do believe it seems to have worked.
Yeah, that's my hope, and I saw the little glowy bit in the palm there.
Now
How do you
get rid of
feel?
that rebel.
I didn't
I
expect it
don't.
to actually attach itself to you.
I don't.
That's a little beyond what I expected.
He looks down at the black opal that is currently resting in his left hand in the gauntlet.
Don't feel any different. It
That's
just seems to be there. There's a slight cold spot in my palm, but nothing more.
I think you got a new weapon.
Neat. Now, upward to the rocks. Can we get these out of the way?
Yes. One moment.
And you'll see him stand up, carefully move his hand away from Olive as he turns, as he's like being very actively careful with the left-handed gauntlet now, and like shimmies his way over. A good like look over towards Harry.
So, what do I do with this?
Though I assumed you would just set it there, but it seems to kind of attached. So, uh, d-
Just place your hand over one of the rocks. I guess.
yeah, do you, Harry's kind of like thinking about like the engineering ideas. Like, do you think you fire it like a laser or something? Do you think it's though contact based?
He just blankly stares at you, clearly having no idea.
Say you could. Tr-
I think you're overthinking it a little bit, Harry.
Everything
Just,
I touched to it was affected by it.
yeah, literally just touch it. That's probably what it needs to do.
I
Yep.
mean, that's a thought, but it attached. So like, this is not the outcome of holding it like we thought. This is combined.
So I'm saying this is what's a new weapon for him. Just hold that up
That's
to
what
him.
I'm asking. Is it a touch, or like, does it now have range? Or, like,
Well,
can
then
he-
I guess
is he-
try
can he
and shoot a
channel
beam
it?
out of it or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Baron throws his
just,
hand out forwards, palm extended towards the stones, and like just thrusts his hand forwards. Nothing happens.
see,
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay.
Baron, please touch the rocks.
Definitely a cool thought. It'd be nice if it worked.
Right. Yes. Oh, right.
Neil carefully put his hand out towards the stones, and just by mere inches, you can see the stones immediately levitating from the pile, slamming into his left gauntlet, and slowly being disintegrated and crumbling
yeah.
into the black opal that is now resting in his left palm.
Yeah. When things pop
Until
off, Baron,
eventually, you do see the remains of the broken down stone
nice.
finally disappear.
When things
That's what I
pop
was
off,
trying to
use
do.
that. Use that instead of the longsword, please. I think that's a little bit more effective than a
That was
blade.
pretty awesome. Thank you. That was pretty good.
Baron
when-
looks down at the stone, and you see him raise an eyebrow for a moment.
We have a lot of weapons. That's, I think, the scariest weapon in
Yep.
anyone's arsenal right now.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what I was thinking. And keep in mind, Baron isn't disguised, right? So when
At
we
this
actually
point,
get through,
I don't
what
think
do
he
we wanna
needs
do?
a disguise.
To be fair, he's been being held hostage by them, so he might just willingly be accepted.
He's now
amongst
armed
it.
to the teeth and
Well,
is carrying an
No,
opal.
he's not. He's not armed to the teeth. He has a pair of gloves on now.
He has a shield and a sword, Harry.
And a
He can
pair
still
and
have
a
the sword and the shield. I mean,
and a
You
glove
saw
that
them. They were-
literally eats
They
things
were
now.
manacled
Yeah.
and chained by the feet, and they were malnourished.
and he's jacked. Look at the guy.
yeah.
Look at him. I'm
He's just standing there looking down at the opal in his gauntlet, only to look up now and see he's currently being surrounded like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
Just saying he probably won't pass for our prisoner under scrutiny. Kind of my
No.
point.
I
Yeah, that's
do
fair.
not wish to act as a prisoner again.
No, I wouldn't.
We're-
I wouldn't expect you to.
The goal was if we had to be prepared to fight right now, or if maybe they would let us walk in because we're all still disguised.
Yes. As of right
You
now, they
can
think we're with
see
them.
Dune and Daisy as you enter the corridor. The Goliath figure is currently unconscious on the ground, pressed up against one of the broken bases of what you can only assume to be a helm statue. And he seems to be currently eyes closed, but still breathing.
Let's kind of look at
He's
Daisy.
Sudoku.
What do you want to do with him?
Can you check him for injuries? I like.
He's unconscious. He's not dead yet.
Yeah, just he's leaning. He's make sure he's not leaning against anything sharp. If you know what I'm saying.
I pick him up and put him back to the wall. Make sure he's not impaled himself on anything.
He has not impaled himself. You can see that he is very clearly wounded, if not bloodied to high hell. and is currently trying to gain some form of rest to try and get rid of the worst of the wounds. But as before, he seems like he's still on the brink of death's door.
Seems very familiar. Daisy, you got any more health potions to spare him?
No, I won't be sparing him any. We may need them, that's why. Like,
think it'll
as
be
much
fine,
as I
right?
want him to be able to live a life outside of Shar, it's his own decision. And no
Can
one
he
can take that
actually
away
not
from him.
go into the light? Like, will that actually hurt him? He said it hurt him. But is that really a thing? Like,
It's a metaphor to Helm and Shar's
It
battle.
depends on what you mean. Yeah, some people can't walk in light.
Yeah, that's also another thing. But do you remember whenever daylight was used, they were no longer engulfed?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it
their
was pretty
powers
effective.
by, whatever they worship, then it makes sense the dark would be cut through by light. But I'm just wondering, like, could he walk outside? Like, is that going to actually kill him? Because if so, then how could he be free ever?
The daylight didn't hurt them necessarily; it just took away their darkness. I think it'll be fine,
He
right? Like, it didn't do
said that it
damage to
hurts
him.
him. Like, he said the light hurts him.
Again, I thought
Like
that
something along those lines.
didn't we? I kind of agree with Daisy. I think that was just kind of a metaphor, right? I didn't hear much from across the room, so I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
The what? The light harming them?
Yeah, didn't he say that?
No,
He did
he's
actively say that the light was harming him, or it hurts. And he did actively recoil away from the light that was provided.
So it's up to him what he desires to do with his life. So if he desires to take his own life, that is his own decision. If he wants to continue living under Shar, that is also his decision. Our decision should be focused on getting out of here. If you want, we can move him to a bed. That is at least a kindness we can do for this man,
Yeah,
even
I
if
would like
he's our
to do that.
enemy.
I would like to do that.
Right. I think Olive would be better suited at helping you with this, though.
No problem. Oliver, would you mind helping me real quick?
With what?
Take this guy out to one of the beds.
And you said this man's a Goliath, right?
He is. And give me one moment. I'm actually actively looking for the art, and I think I might have found our guy Zorik real quick. Give me one moment.
Oh. Huh. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's any way that if he changes his mind that we can leave a calling card, but I don't think we have a calling card yet. It could have been the pile of dead rats, but unfortunately we only summoned 3 rats.
Sorry.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess
no,
I'll
someone
help
is
if you
dead.
want.
Yeah, I would actually really appreciate it.
Oh, it's Dammy.
Yeah, you get the
Let's
feed, I'll get his upper body.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just bummed. This thing called Siegebreaker sucks at destroying things.
I think it's magically enhanced
Well,
stone.
this is
There's a
that
magically
weird.
enhanced weapon, Professor.
This is weird, holy
I mean,
god
you're not
magic
wrong.
stuff.
Didn't you say
So
it was like an ancient being at one point or another?
Yeah. I don't think these rocks are that ancient.
Well, actually,
Apparently
if it
enchanted by a
belonged to the
god.
7 Sisters, then it technically could be just as ancient.
There is Zorik.
Man, he looked like Thanos. If it was a Goliath,
Yeah, it kind of does.
yeah.
Goliath Thanos confirmed.
Oh, but they're moving his body. I'd like to go back up to the ceiling and inspect that hole again. Does it look like I can get through without too much trouble?
Which
Whatever the
hole?
hole is. The one in the ceiling.
You mean the one that has been actively broken open by Zorix?
No, I thought
By
oh, I was reading that wrong. I thought it was like, oh, okay, okay. I thought there was actually
there was a hole at the top of the broken down stone.
Got you. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, okay. Never
The
mind.
hole essentially was the damage that had been originally made to create the cave-in.
Yeah, yeah. I thought the cave-in had created a hole like in the actual ceiling above us.
No,
Then,
kind
yeah,
of
that was my
yes,
bad.
but it
Something to like
was
climb through.
actively right there. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, got you.
it is not directly above you, but in the passageway of the door.
Sure.
Zorix seems to be at this moment in time still unconscious. Does not have noticed you at the moment.
If you get the feet, and I'll grab his upper torso.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ready? Lift.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
I'll pick him up and then take him to the barracks and then put him in one of the beds that aren't completely destroyed.
Okay, give me 1
Is there
second.
any
Good.
sharing
Real
symbols
quick.
around,
Okay.
like what he was leaning on or anything?
Is there any symbols?
Yeah, any symbolism for what he was worshiping.
On his person or just what you can see on the ground?
Where he was leaning, because he said he was going to talk to her, be with her, whatever his exact phrasing was. So I'm wondering if maybe he went to like one of her symbols, an idol of her, anything like that.
You can see the mask that is originally on most of the behemoths that you can see in this picture. That mask is currently resting on the ground here, covered in dust and broken down stone. If you move over to where Olive and Dune are at the end of the corridor, you can see that there is indeed another broken down base and kind of like the front of the boots of what you could remember to be a statue of Helm, like the one that you'd seen in the first room. And you do notice that there are scratchings and markings of the same ring and circle-like symbolization of Shar that are covering the walls around the broken down statue. Inspecting Zorix, you do notice that there is indeed a dangling piece of like twine and metal that configurates into the same shape and symbolization of Shar around his neck.
Okay. Whenever they move him, I'm gonna make sure to bring the hat and have it and put it back on him so that he is properly adorned for his belief.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to react at all as you put the cloth mask over his head. You can hear the slight muffled sound of his heavy breathing coming from within as Olive and Dune carry him out of the corridor and lead him over to the residential areas.
Mm-hmm.
As you are standing there, Harry, you can hear behind the piled up stone of the currently caved in entrance to the north, slight muffled sounds of conversation being heard. Which is indeed in it's not in Infernal or Common.
Whoever's for maybe Gnomish.
It is not Gnomish.
Is it abyssal?
It is Abyssal.
Cool, I can hear it.
If I heard it and I don't understand it, which sounds like it's abyssal, so I wouldn't understand it, I would like kind of motion to them to like listen to the wall.
Dune, you originally did not hear these sounds.
Oh, okay.
However, the moment that Harry seems to mention it, you are able to roll me a perception check. See if you recognize what they are saying.
Can I guide him? I guess he did already roll. I don't know.
He did already roll. Dune,
I hadn't
you
seen it yet,
listen
so.
out as you're carrying Zorix, and you try and listen into the conversation. You only get a small hint of the conversation.
Okay.
Before you are immediately being pulled along by Olive, who has the front end of Zorix and is like currently pulling you along.
Mhm.
Uh, give me one moment, please.
Yep.
Don't get taken to the whispers.
I got one more. I was thinking about calling through that rubble in the same voice and telling them we're coming through to help. Watch out, there's more traitors among you, and just see how that kind of plays out.
You do you, bro.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know if they're on. I don't think they're on to us yet. I mean, it might be helpful.
Or you could do the flip and be like, "How dare you guys wound
As
the
we
real Zurich?" And then
carry,
you guys are all traitors. Deal with yourself as seen fit. That'd be
as we
great.
carry Zorik, when I pass Harry, I'll kind of like try to hurt him, tell him. They mentioned about some like stuff laid up ahead, so maybe traps somewhere up ahead somewhere.
Okay. Crap. With that knowledge, can I see any traps from here?
You see what seems to be a large pile of stone stacked in front of you,
That
as if
seems
the entrance
suspicious.
has been caved in.
That seems suspicious. That seems like a trap, or intentionally placed.
I did say
You
they
you,
collapsed
you
from
would
the other side.
remember
Yeah, that was
a
sarcasm.
distinct boom and sound collapsing further in.
Yeah, I mean, God, yeah, they're gonna work coming anyways, regardless. As soon as you move that rubble. You know, I'm gonna try it. Like, dude, you said you heard voices on the other side.
Yeah, I only caught. Someone said to be more careful. There's a lot of things rigged up from the last occupants, so I'm guessing traps. I'm not exactly sure where, but just be on the lookout.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to. I mean, I don't see how this is gonna hurt any. So, again, Rob, I'm gonna approach the rubble and just like leaning closer. Do I hear any muffled talking or anything?
You do hear muffled conversation behind the stone. Do you, by chance, understand Abyssal?
No, no, I don't.
Then you do not understand the
Okay,
conversation.
I just want to make sure there's people on the other side to hear. Yeah. So in the same voice I used last time when I called through, I'm gonna say, uh, how do I want to word this? We're coming through to help. It's you found one of them, but careful, there's more traitors among you. Just leave it at that. The same, it was Zurich's voice that I used last time.
Okay.
And we'll throw a little. Oh,
The moment you call out in Zorik's voice, you hear one of the voices seem to speak out something out loud. Dune, you are able to hear in Abyssal. Do not listen to them. Their words are folly.
God damn it! They're on the shit.
Well, Professor, they didn't fall for
Yeah.
whatever you did.
Hey,
So
No, it was worth the
by
try.
the way, I just realized something. Didn't you say that those gauntlets that Baron is using were, well, rather Baron said they allowed Swarm to open stuff?
Yes.
How about he tries to open the window we came in through?
Daisy, as you look over at Baron, he is still looking down at the left gauntlet and seems to be inspecting the gem that is currently resting in the center.
Yeah, because he could put it down and we could go ahead and check if he can open it. And then we wouldn't have to just go all around this whole temple.
I mean, there's no way, right? He wants to cleanse this place.
See, or does he want to live at this point?
See, there is a thing that we can come back when we're better prepared, or we can continue.
If
I
there
don't know
is,
if
are we
it'll
coming back?
overwork.
With all due respect, madam, I am not leaving this place until my job is done here.
You hear Baron just muttering out as he lifts his eyes from the gauntlet.
I understand.
Can try to open this window you speak of, but I will not be joining you.
I understand. It is, after all, where so much sacrifice went into from your friends, your brothers in arms.
I will not leave them behind when a duty is only half served. I will answer my call, regardless of the result.
Well, that is up to the rest if they do desire as well.
Daisy,
But I
roll
am-
me a perception check, please.
Alright.
Especially with you being so close.
Let's see. Where did I put my character sheet?
You get these
There
right.
it is. I am good at these, but I currently only have to roll a normal. Still 33.
Damn.
Okay.
And that's 20.
One moment, please, everyone.
Oh God. I think the chances are those gauntlets that Baron has can disable the traps.
That'd be pretty funny.
With or without the vortex stone.
Yeah, either
I
or.
mean, we just take it with us. That's our new weapon. We choose on every big bad evil guy we come across. Walk
Just
Dude,
tie
yeah,
Baron to his stick and just hold him out in front of you.
Yes, I'm gonna say Baron's like nigh unstoppable right now. If we just kind of protect him from going down, anything he touches, he should be able to kill.
Like, you guys ever see Inuyasha?
Yeah, yes,
There's this one monk who
the
would.
monk. Yeah.
That's him.
That's kind of what came to my mind. I
Yeah.
couldn't remember like what anime it was, but now you say, yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
I point out, huh. So I can crack.
Baron will look over at you, giving a slight knowing nod.
Seems to be the case.
Oh,
I do believe, whatever circumstances, this might have a limited amount of use.
indeed. Interesting.
That figures.
What's that amount of things you can eat?
Reminds me of this
Oh.
monk I knew.
Regardless,
Yeah, I heard legends. I heard tell of him.
it's down to the rest of you guys what you guys wish to do, because more than anything, we may be walking into another ambush.
Whatever it takes to get out of here. I don't care.
Yes, because we could just try and see if we can open the window as a means of escape, obviously, but we'd be abandoning
And
poor
we're
Baron
just
to his.
abandoning him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We're already here. I say we do it.
I didn't know Baron before I came here.
So, would you just
Well,
let
you
every
decide.
child in the world die because you don't know every child?
Oh, while you guys decide, I'll be heading down here for something
Yeah.
real quick.
No one saved me, so sure.
We did.
Mm.
Baron is gonna follow you, Daisy.
So I head on over to where Zorik is sleeping.
Okay.
And I
Where did you place Zorik? Olive and Dune?
In the barracks room that has the nicest bed that isn't completely destroyed.
It would be the furthest to the right. So it'd
Then
be bottom
that's-
right one.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what we're
right.
taking.
So
Which,
I-
funnily enough,
Mhm.
Dune,
Mm-hmm.
after hearing this, actually no, this would be the professor that would know about this. This is the exact same room that you originally found Zorix, messing around with the puzzle box.
Okay. That's his room. Good choice.
Oh, it is? Oh. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty handy.
Yeah, good
I'll
call.
just, I'll just
Professor, you're
lay
free
in the
to
bed.
move the drift globe, by the way.
Oh yeah,
You
should I?
should be able to move it.
I'm just gonna. I mean, I'm just basically stoning it. Like the daylight spell is burnt out, right?
For the time being, yes.
Yeah, I'm just basically like holding open the side of my robe and recalling it to like its little pocket on the inside of my robe.
Gotcha.
Just
Disappears.
yes.
Okay. Drift globe is no longer active. Daisy, you're inspecting Zorix, currently unconscious.
So I leave a note, and one of the bluebills that the treant gave us. And in the note it says, "May this flower grant you the freedom to move forward unimpeded, and may you continue to be in your lady's embrace and love." And below it says, "Signed by Hybrid Flower," and just the letter D and A.
Okay.
And I put it in his hand.
It's thoughtful.
And then I walk
Place
away.
in his hand. You leave him be. He does not
Um,
react.
Before I leave the room, I'll just hit my spare battle axe and lay it somewhere in the room for him to easily be able to see and get a hold of just whenever he gets out of here, and then I'll leave as well.
Okay.
Do you have one of the arm braces like pretty much latched onto him still, or no?
He does still have one of the arm blades, the dual arm blade, should I say, on his left arm. The right arm seems to have one that is broken off, but there is still one blade on his right arm. Baron will look over at you, Daisy. Take a step back.
Are you going to show me this window? Or are we
Yes,
continuing forwards?
my apologies. I had something left to do over here.
If it has limited uses, I don't think we should use it on that.
No, not the frickin' orb, Harry. The frickin' gauntlets are a key to opening stuff. And I obviously had I closed the door instead of moving.
You close the door
Yeah.
in front of Baron, and he just like looks confused.
Where's she go? Obviously guiding him through the traps, making sure he doesn't step on it, using the light, yada yada yada.
Yep.
Then obviously leading him over here to where the good old bat is probably still laying over.
Yeah. You do see the bat is still resting at the top of the window, upside down, unmoving. Baron's gonna look up at the opening, tilt his head slightly.
Huh. This place. I remember this place.
Yeah, we found a squirm over there, and I point to the side room.
He'll look over to the side room. The sole, only statue of Helm that is still in one piece, standing tall in the center of the room, and he'll blink for a moment, bow his head towards the statue before looking back at you, Daisy.
Strange. We always wondered where he was. Perhaps the druids will know what else to do with him if we are able to bring him back.
What druids, may I ask?
Druids of Xanazul, I believe. The name is.
Funny enough, that was where we were going before we decided to rest here, and then the little squirmy professor over there triggered
Oh,
the puzzle.
we were originally sent by the druids to come here. Something about an old relic that they wished to acquire. It was on the way. We saw no reason. Our leader saw no reason not to get it for them. We had no reason not to keep it. When we got here, he decided to take a moment alone, speak with Helm. We never saw him since. But I do believe Archdruid Corin would be a little displeased to hear of our leader's downfall. Or at least, whatever it is.
I'm not there. Okay.
Hmm.
Do you wish for me to open this window?
Yes, let's see if it works.
He'll step forwards, make his way over to the side, put his hand up as if reaching forwards. You see him concentrate. You see the back of the gauntlets begin to glow. But there is no change to the window. It remains
Wah.
shut.
Wah.
Womp
Wah.
womp.
And that is where we will end our session tonight.
Dude, I knew it was either gonna not work or work, and that's where we're gonna end it. That's perfect timing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was worth a try. It just
Oh, it
occurred
really
to me,
was.
I'm like, shit, what if he has the key and we just need to leave? But nope.
Rip.
No, we gotta cleanse this thing, man.
Hey, Rob.
Man, he said something about
Yes.
relic. I'm like, hmm.
Where the grassy foliage stuff was over this and yonder?
Grass and foliage. Let's see. Grass and foliage would be, yeah. It's mostly burnt
Mm-hmm.
and currently charred behind the broken down altar. There's small remains of some of the flora.
Is there any dirt there?
Oh no.
Sadly, no.
Yeah. I'm getting real
Go.
close to just dropping a bean in this freaking place.
Should we just carry around
mean,
it? How much
I
dirt
should,
do you need
actually.
to plant one? Can we just carry around like a sack of dirt? Just
I
Wasn't
think
it like
in
a
case?
pound of dirt or something?
I think it has to be like a
Jar of
pound. It's
dirt.
not much.
Really?
Jar of dirt.
Jar of
Let
dirt.
me look.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dirt,
it doesn't
dirt.
take
Take it
much.
beside it.
That oven place. What was the floor made out of? Was it sand or was it
It was
dirt?
sand. It was sand. I'm pretty sure.
Which one?
What is
The
sand
one
ground?
behind the kitchen.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
like
sand.
fresh
Yeah,
and
what
all
is sand but separated dirt? Like,
I mean,
honestly.
dried out dirt.
Dried out
Dirt.
dirt.
Technically.
Yeah.
I mean, just as planted in dirt, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. There's two extra words after that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Does sand count?
Or sand.
Yeah, we get to
No.
grab a little bit of sand.
All you
There
have
we
to
go.
do is ask Daisy.
Thanks
Yeah,
for letting me
sand,
reread
there
my
we go.
item. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm getting real
Yeah,
itchy
all
on
right, boys.
just dropping a bean in here. I've been
That's a
holding
beam by
on.
the window. Well,
What-
either
what
we're
could
gonna die
possibly
or
be
that window's
worse?
gonna open.
Oh, I
Let's
know
see,
exactly what could be worse, and I'm kind of
A
hoping
temple
for
on
it.
top of a temple?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You want it? You want a temple? Dude, this temple can fit so many temples in here.
Slaps
Wait,
roof
what's
of
inside this
temple.
bad boy?
Flaps window. There's so many temples can fit inside this bad boy. I mean, I'm okay with what's inside the other temple, but
I heard you like temples.
yeah.
So we put temples in your temple so you can temple while you temple.
Thought I
That's
had
how
nothing
you.
to
Look what's inside temple squared.
That's
Oh
how
my
you.
God.
That's how you end a game. That's how you end a campaign, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
For
I think-
notes,
I think we would be squished.
that is the name that you had heard him speak.
Ooh.
Yee.
And I'm not gonna say what will happen if you plant that fucking bean because
Mhm.
we already
We don't
know
know.
what the fuck can happen.
Yeah, but I think if that is the outcome, I think we all die. Like,
Oh, very much so.
yeah, I think
I
we
would
are.
say
I'm not
that's
even
not
being
good.
sarcastic here. I
Either
think
out.
we legitimately just die.
Well, it goes
Not
from like a
great.
50 to a straight 100% dead.
Mm-hmm. Because if it is the
There's no chance we
temple,
end up in a space that's safe.
if it's the temple, no, there's not a chance. It spawns a pyramid on my location.
That'd probably kill us all. I don't know
That's
how
all
it
it
could.
is. Is there any chambers? Is there any chance that if we get shunted inward instead of outward?
Well, we would get shunted on the edge of the pyramid that is trying to fill the space of the temple that we're currently in.
That has protective magic preventing.
So
it from
we
being
would be
pushed
literally
open.
between a rock and a hard place. We would
Mhm.
just die.
Actually, it'd be a rock in an invincible place because the walls
Right.
are magic, which means they wouldn't die to it.
Well, debatable because it's magic against magic at that point. But we as fleshy mortals
your
are very
pyramid
not
magic,
magic.
It is summoned via magic, but is it magic?
It is magic, yes.
Okay,
But
so the pyramid that is summoned is considered magic.
but as we are fleshy mortals, what the pyramid is doesn't matter. Our fleshy, bushy, mushy parts would be spushed on the impenetrable magic fortress that is surrounding us currently.
Yeah, so hypothetically, we would just get crushed by rubble because if the pyramid that's summoned
Yes.
isn't magic,
Like I said,
it would
we
If-
would
collapse.
just die.
Right.
It would
It's
collapse as it
basically
gets
like
towards us.
forcing a crap ton of sand into a box with a shit ton of ants inside of it. The ants are gonna get fucking wrecked by all the sand that's being forced into the freaking box.
Because this room is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Man,
8,
that's a
9.
fun experiment. I wonder who the ants are. Did we
Oh
name the
no!
ants?
In theory, some of us could survive depending on where I place it. But as Olive, I don't know this fact.
No.
But as Parkless, yeah, no. In theory, some of us could survive.
In theory,
I
yes.
might.
Depends on where.
In spite, I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
In theory, fuck you.
In theory, it's perfectly sound. In spiteful matters of DM saying, fuck this shit, fuck you. No. I'm completely down for whatever the fuck happens.
I think at that point, Rob isn't even gonna do the math. He's like, you know what? You accept fate. You're dead.
I mean,
Yeah.
depending on what you roll,
Yeah,
it can be a different of outcomes, but on the worst scale of things, yeah, that's an instant TPK.